welcome back to the Idea Supply Chain. We used to be the channel that figures out where ideas come from and what makes them valuable. Now we're telling you ideas are coming from here and they are valuable. And we're doing it live. So if you want to get the most up-to-date information on what is valuable in the world right now, tune into our live show. But in case you missed it, here's the recap. Welcome to the first ever Memetic Marketing Monday. So I decided to do this as an initiative with Building Public University because of a number of reasons. But first and foremost is because I have been trying to figure out what the hell I'm actually good at anymore. It's really weird. I've always fancied myself as a builder of things, an engineer, and I had this vision of who I was, and this is the power of the memes that we carry, and this is why I really wanted to include the word memetic in here. This is something at the core of my research, but we are the memes that we carry around about ourselves, and this was something that was made pretty obvious to me last week, and it was something I had to deal with because I realized that I am not a particularly great builder anymore. I burnt out, um, and there was a time that I was a great builder. I had the ability to engineer the shit out of a system and make it reliable and basically me proof, which is one of the benefits of having ADHD. You're a great product tester and process tester because you're constantly breaking it wherever it's flawed, and it will be flawed and you will break it. Um, and for a lot of years that was a great thing, except over time I burnt out with it. And what I've had to realize is that I'm not an engineer anymore. Um, and there's a really interesting uh, thing going on here where I realized there's this message I had internalized. And so uh, I was an early employee at Copy AI, and I was there for about 2.5 years. And during my time there, I realized something about what the world was going to look like in the future. And basically, my point was that we need to be thinking about, with the rate of development of these systems, we need to have a way to have a pipeline of people who are learning our systems as they're changing and then constantly uh, helping them upskill existing users. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to create this, it basically was a self-sustaining social network. And this was at the time of my social networking research. And I said, hey, this is going to help me if I can restructure my role as a social network engineer. Um, because I'm trying to talk about what I'm doing. And this is when, they were saying things like, "Oh yeah, it's great that you're like having a side project," and like, "Yeah, we totally support that." And in reality, I didn't actually get a lot of support, and it's probably because I wasn't good at asking for it. I'm still pretty bad at asking for it, which is a lot of how I ended up here doing this. But anyway, so I presented this idea, and basically, my manager came back at me with like, "What? So you want to like be a marketer now? Like, there's a pay cut." Um, and I didn't realize how much I kind of internalized that as being like lowering my value by kind of defining myself as a marketer. And I've had a hell of a time defining myself actually. That's been kind of the problem because I do build software, but I also write. I've done podcasting. I've got my Idea Supply Chain YouTube channel, which now we're live streaming to, under kind of this Build in Public University umbrella. Um, and I've been really trying to do a lot of research into what AI means for the world, and it turns out that when you're telling the people who are funding all of the rapid changes that, hey, maybe they have a problem that they should address because their model is actually causing some issues, and in fact it's going to break pretty soon, they don't actually like to hear that. And I've been thinking a lot um, about the beginning of my journey, and it happened during the pandemic, and I got started writing online. I started writing for Medium, and that's where I made my first internet dollar. And I was writing about the fact that I had figured out that I was ADHD and autistic. So I suddenly felt like I had the right instruction manual for how my brain worked, because I've been trying to make it adhere to all these different things for years and wasn't able to do so. I was on like anxiety and depression medication. I was in absolutely terrible shape. I had to be on medicine just to stay awake. And then, pandemic hits, and I'm gaining all of this self-awareness because suddenly I can construct my space and my workday the way I need to, without all of the kind of external pressures which come from being observed. Um, and I realized that like I could take all that and start making money online. And I was like, wait a minute, my salary is pretty linear. And basically my entire experience up to this point was like, it's basically a linear growth for a couple years, and then you have to jump ship because otherwise you're never going to actually like be paid what you're worth. Um, the rate of salary increases were in no way correlated with the amount of learning someone did, especially me. I'd always prided myself on being a fast learner. Um, I basically consider myself someone who was learning at startup speeds and performing at startup speeds, but in a corporate environment, which honestly is not great in a corporate environment because guess what? When you go fast, you make other people look slow, and there's a lot of politics around that I had to kind of figure out how to navigate. Um, and some of the metrics end up different, and so it's like, oh well, you use cause you ended up creating twice as many bugs. Like, well, yeah, I shipped twice as many tickets. Well, yeah, but you created twice as many bugs. Okay, but I'm still performing at the same like bugs per ticket. It's just more tickets. That sums up a lot of my experience in corporate, unfortunately. And so, I had tried to interview at a couple different startups and just I'd never gotten offered. Um, so then I started writing online. And I was like, okay, well now I see this exponential possibility. Like, okay, I'm making $1 now, and I just wrote one article. So if I write 100 articles, I'll make $100, right? This is a very naive kind of observation and reaction. But this is the power of memes, right? There is a meme of being able to have an exponential outcome for your life. And we're seeing more people realize this. This is the rise of creators, the rise of startups. People are realizing that the employment uh, offer is really getting less and less appealing, um, because there's so many different exponential possibilities out there for you. Why would you settle for a linear one? And you know, starting out, it was basically like you were guaranteed an exponential outcome if you were focused on learning as fast as possible. But over time, there's been all of this pressure to learn as fast as possible for the sake of the people at the top of an organization. And what they're doing is they are basically pushing risk downward. And so um, the economics research I've been doing around memetics and what's actually valuable in terms of information shows me that, like, in a large organization, the vast majority of the work and effort is the people who are creating the data, the people who are doing the work. The people who are making decisions actually tend to um, make bad decisions and overly reward themselves for the bad decisions that they make. They've created a system in which there is absolutely no accountability for failure. And basically, they can continue to fail and get rich because of the work that everybody is doing below them. And because this is a hierarchy, and kind of the value of information goes up to the top because you are looking at a longer term picture with a more complete map of the territory, you've always got this advantage versus someone who's down in the trenches. And as someone who is leading, it's your goal to actually, like, put your army, your team, whatever, in a position to win. And right now, we've created this society, especially in the US, but because the US is doing it and doing it faster than everybody, it's kind of forcing everybody to keep up, which is becoming an issue. Especially now that we were going super fast and decided to just fucking wreck everything because that's how we blow shit up now. Um, there's this complete chaos that's happening right now. And so we've got all of these people at the top who are basically compressing the information created by the people underneath them. They're using that information badly to make bad decisions, and then they're getting rich off of it. And in fact, the ones who are getting the richest are then accumulating kind of the most power because it's a system that's kind of designed to give you as much as you want. And that's the magic of capitalism. It's actually demand driven, not supply driven. So everything starts from a demand, an intention, a desire. Elon Musk wants to go to the moon. All of his work is designed around this goal. And to do that requires him to have power. And so he seeks power. He seeks more resources. He seeks what he needs to accomplish his goal. And this is true of every entrepreneur. It's also true of every employee. We've just done a really bad job of upholding what used to be a good deal when you couldn't measure everything, because basically everything was just kind of assumed to be like it was as good as you were going to get it because you couldn't compare it to things globally. When you have a limited pool of people and you've got an office that's working well, you're not trying to figure out how to replace that office with something cheaper. The search cost of replacement is too expensive. As the search cost of replacement has gone down, what's happened is the risk has pooled at these, kind of local offices. These local people are always absorbing the risk. And banks are also optimizing against risk. And so what's happening is we've got one part of the economy pushing all of the risk out of their economic systems into the bottom, where they have the least amount of visibility and the least amount of power to change their situation from the position in the system. And then we've got financial structures that say, oh, actually, you're not predictable, so you're risky. And we're just, you know what? We don't want to risk losing money because we've got all these investments that we want to make that are much bigger. And so it's easier to make you just not part of the system. So you know what? You don't actually need money, and in fact, you're going to probably have to give us more and more of yours because you're kind of a risk. Oh, but over here, you've got money. Yeah, we'll be glad to help you out and give you more money because um, you apparently, know how to keep us in the loop with giving us money. And this is both a great thing and a terrible thing. And what's happened is basically we've scaled both simultaneously, and what we've had is we've got, on one hand, the people who are succeeding are doing so very, very well. Um, but the capture isn't happening fast enough to actually understand the rate of learning of all the different parts in the system. And so what we've done is we've wrapped this up and we've called it equity. And it's this long-term capture of the value of a learning of a system. And then, you can kind of pull this out and call it the stock price of a company as kind of this, like, you know, determination of whether a company is learning and, improving and the value is going up, or the company is basically getting dumber, more complex, and basically complexity inflation is going up. And this is kind of my term for what's happening with companies now, where as they get larger and they've developed more lines of communication, um, because of the incentives they've created, they've basically got this entirely huge risk in this kind of communication structure, because it's not going to fare well against AI optimized systems that are designed to destroy it, which is exactly what's going to happen, and destroy it in the sense of taking away the inputs of the system. Uh, so, cutting them out of the market, because, the market's not going to pay for a giant outdated structure longer than it needs to. And in fact, I'm going to ensure that, because a lot of what I'm doing here is basically to destroy all these structures, because frankly, they annoy me, and they've made my life a lot harder too. And so it's about time to repay the favor, which is kind of my whole thing with Make the Internet Weird Again. And this is chaos marketing. And one of the things that I've realized is that if I had money, there are a lot of things that would be easier, because I could gain access to a guaranteed audience over a long enough time to figure out if I had a viable product or anything like that. I don't have that ability right now. All the research and the products and stuff that I've built hasn't panned out into anything that the economy has been willing to pay for. I've been trying to get this idea funded since 2020, and kind of going back into that story. Um, Writing online, I uh, I ended up optimizing for the metrics that I saw, right? And this is what we all do. We optimize around what we can see, and we optimize around our goals. And so you can kind of reconstruct the viewpoint of anybody from any point in the system if you understand what their goals are, and what the incentive structures are. Um, because then you can pretty easily predict behaviors, right? Um, and when you actually add this to communication, that gets interesting. And so I was thinking about this, and I was like, okay, so I've got this writing on Medium now. I'm making some money. Okay, so I need to figure out how to do this better. I'm going to take a course. Um, and so I take this writing course because I'm not a writer. I've been an engineer. And in fact, I kind of hated writing. I didn't realize, like, I'd only ever done it for school. So here I am writing. I'm kind of enjoying it. I want to figure out more about making money on it. And so I joined this group run by a guy on Medium who was selling a course because he had been successful on Medium. So now he was teaching other people how to do it. This is a pattern that I noticed over and over again. And it's something that is it's important to keep in mind. But I'm going to pass over it for now and probably get back to it either later or maybe in a different discussion down the line if that comes up. Um, but I, uh, I took this course, and one of the kind of exercises we were supposed to do was on writing with emotion. And this whole emotion thing was kind of new to me because it was again, just realized I'd been autistic and basically avoided feeling emotions because frankly data was easier. I'd always tried to just be fully rational. Like I don't want to feel things. Feelings are messy and unpredictable. I don't like that. um but now I'm being told to write with emotion, and so I tried it, and I ended up getting into this huge fight with my dad over politics because that's what happened back in 2020. And I wrote this post, and I really tried to get a headline that would get people to click. That was one of the things we had to focus on. It was an emotional headline. Um, and so it was, today I gave my dad a choice: Trump or his grandkids. Hell of a headline. I mean, in terms of capturing emotion, um, because it did. I can tell you that, and I know it captured emotions because guess what? All those emotions ended up being directed at me, and then I was directing them back into social media as the cycle goes, um, and it created a hell of a of an adrenaline rush. Like I'm getting into these social media arguments, and I'm watching the numbers start climbing. And like the more I fight with people, like the more the numbers go up. And I'm like, okay, great, numbers are going up, and that means I'm making money. And so this was like over the course of a weekend. And as the kind of adrenaline wore off, and I was like thinking about what I had just been doing for the last couple of days, I was like, wait a minute, like this is not what I started out doing. Um, this isn't what I intended, but it got out of control, and I kind of went with it. And, in the end, it was maybe not great. And so I was like, okay, this is not who I want to be. And so basically I took the post down and I replaced it with links to a couple others, one that kind of described like basically how I had structured the article, because it was designed, like, I mean, it was designed for virality. That was the goal of the post. um it was really stupidly designed for virality. um and it was designed for virality by an engineer who forgot that, like, you know people existed, and maybe you shouldn't just fuck with people's emotions like that, especially when you're not all that great with them yourself. Um, and then shit got weird after that because, like, I was like, okay, great, I took this down. Um, but then I like started getting targeted harassment against me, which was fun. That was a new experience. I didn't see that coming. So that was a cool way to understand how targeted harassment campaigns online feel. The answer is not great. I also had people trying to get me fired from work, which was fun, having to have a talk with my boss about, why there were people trying to get me fired. Um, and like, I didn't do anything that was wrong, in the sense of like legally, they had no basis to fire me or anything. This had nothing to do with work. Um, I was being an asshole. Certainly, not my best self. Kind of having a bit of an emotional breakdown, on Twitter and whatnot while sharing this post. Um, yeah, definitely not my best self. Uh, cool thing though was my most visible self, which has been awesome because you know, my first reaction after that, um, well, I was, you know, kind of dealing with the targeted harassment, and then it actually like it went offline, and I'll be honest, this is when it got scary. Um, because I got like physical hate mail. Um, and that was really weird. Like first of all, it wasn't sent to my actual address, which was somewhat helpful. But it was forwarded along from where it was sent. And you know, basically I was like, okay, this is really weird. And so I looked up like suspicious mail on Google back then because we didn't have things like ChatGPT, right? Um, Good God, how much the world has changed. Anyway, um, you know, I'm looking up suspicious mail because I wanted to figure out if this qualifies. And basically, it checked every box. Out of state, you know, sent to an unknown address. Um, and so I got a couple pieces of this hate mail. And so then I had the incredibly fun experience of calling the cops and asking them to like come check out this weird mail I got. And they're like, why do you think it's suspicious? And I'm like, because there's a bunch of people online who are mad at me. He's like, well, why are they mad at you? And I'm like, well, I wrote this, you know, political piece. And I'll be honest, like I live in a very conservative area. Like I grew up here. I am not that conservative. Although what I've come to realize since is um it's not as there's absolutely no need for it to be as polarizing as it is. Um, but I completely understand why it is polarizing. And it has to do with this whole idea of risk that I've been talking about. And this is like where the risk is going in the economy. And it's not going into, like, it's not being distributed correctly. And it's one of the major issues with the economy right now. And it's something that I've been talking about because we're not putting money into the correct areas. And because we're not putting money into the correct areas, there are a lot of problematic things that are going to happen. And, you know, one of the biggest issues right now is we basically have a lot of incredibly dumb AIs running the world. Um, and that's a good way to think of it. Because you can actually think of any network of people as an AI. Um, and once you realize that, then you understand that the AI can be disrupted in a lot of different ways. And one of the things that we're finding right now is that as you know, these large companies are getting faced with AI, they can't communicate at the speeds necessary because they haven't been focused on aligning things where they need to. And this means that there's a huge amount of um, complexity just waiting to be attacked with AI. And the way I'm doing this is with this model that I'm calling human insurance, um, which basically I want to buy up all of the human risk that is being created by companies not factoring the people on the other end of the database in their risk calculations. And there are some interesting ways I can do this over long term, capturing enough data. But what I found out is that you know, VCs don't care. Um, it's the best way to put it. Um, when I first went, okay, so I guess I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here. let's finish off the story about going viral, um, which then will get into the point I want to make, which, so, you know, I go viral, I get hate mail, and then I'm like thinking about it, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get rid of social media. And so that's how I find myself streaming live 5 years later. No, I got rid of it, but I started poking at it, and I was like, why? Like, how did I get so far off course in such a short amount of time? And the answer is a mind virus, and that is like it is the best way to describe it. Our brains are designed to make predictions about the future. And the predictions that we're making about the future are based on the information that we get. When we let algorithms dictate what we see, we end up putting ourselves at risk of being infected. This was more obvious during the pandemic because more people were online. The thing with online is that it feels like we have way more context because we're seeing way more information. But all of that information is being filtered through a vast like number of incentive structures. It's impossible to trace. And this gets into what I want to talk about later, which is this idea of chaos marketing and kind of the idea of non-fungible dollars. And one of the things that I started realizing with this was like, wait a minute. I was looking at how information was flowing through networks, and I was like, okay, so actually, this hierarchy model is the most efficient way to take in a bunch of information from like parts of a system and compress that down into an understanding of a system. When you think of an AI, if you take like the nodes of the hierarchy and make it all of the inputs that go into an AI, it's a really vast spanning like hierarchy of information that gets um, ingested and then kind of compressed down into the single model, the single node at the top of the hierarchy. Um, and I was like, okay, well, that's interesting because that makes sense for efficiency's sake. Um, but like, that's not how things are actually forming on social media exactly. Like it was different than that. Um, and then companies seem to not be doing it right either. And so I kind of continued pulling at that string. And what I realized is that basically the people who are capturing the data are defining the structure of the data and the value of the data. This is problematic for a number of reasons, but basically it doesn't actually create a live representation of um, a person in a system, right? You have this version of someone in a database that is representative of that person in real life, but it's not tied into changes. It's not reflecting anything um, specific about that user. It's kind of defined in the data context of a larger system. And then, in order to get all of our personal data, we're reliant on being able to get all of these different pieces from all of these different systems that are using our data in systems to market against us and just create all sorts of unknown risks for us while also maintaining a power structure over people that is keeping them into positions that are not actually recognizing them for like what they do. It all ends up just being this, highly compressed number on a spreadsheet. And so I went to a VP at the company I was at. This was in my big company days. And I was like, "Hey, look, I've got this idea." And it was in this healthcare data company at the time, and I was like, "Look, we just need to structure things so that people gain ownership over their own data and are able to more easily share it with the people that they need to share it with, because then you can enforce competition." And because I had absolutely no idea what I was doing at the time, I was like, so all I need in order to prove this is about $25 million in a team of people that I can choose. Um, I got laughed at. It turns out that's not how things are done, which I didn't believe necessarily that they were done that way. But one of the things that I realized is I was like, okay, I looked at the idea of having enough money as being a proxy for ability to affect systemic change. Um, and so I was like, okay, if I reach billionaire status, I will be able to have enough influence to be able to actually deploy a large enough structure to um, allow this like individualization of human data. I had this whole idea with like a human API. It was great. And I was like, yeah, okay, so if I just need to become a billionaire, and so I know that I have no idea how to deploy capital, and there's going to be a learning curve, and I'm very aware of like what I don't know, but I also know what I do know. And I was like, okay, so whatever, like this company has billions and billions and billions of dollars. Like, what the fuck is 25 million to them? Like, I've been working here for like 5 years. That should count for something, right? Nope, does not. And so I'm in this meeting, and basically this VP just laughs at me, and he's like, "Hey, look," he's like, "I get it." He goes, "I come from a startup background." He's like, he's like, if you really think you've got something here, he's like, you should go for it. And I remember that because at that moment there was 100% certainty that I had something. There was absolutely no doubt in my mind. Um, but then he followed that up with, "Oh yeah, by the way, if you decide to go ahead and like build it while still working here, we're going to own it because you work for us." And that's when my reaction turned from, I do think I have something, to, okay, fuck that. Like, I've been sitting here for months trying to get buy in across the organization, talking to people in different departments, coming to you with a plan, and you're going to say no, but also, like, if you do it, it's ours. And that's when I quit the next day, because I was like, I do think I have something. And that's when I learned how little I had and how much I needed. But there's something important here that I've learned through this whole process. Um, it's that your network is truly the most valuable thing you can have. And a network is not about how many connections you have on LinkedIn. I used to think it was. Networking is not about um, going to an event and schmoozing with people. Although it can be. I mean, that can be part of it. But if you're like me, if you're like the engineer who was like, fuck this people thing. Like, I just want code. I don't want to deal with people. All I want is code. Well, you probably thought that networking wasn't particularly helpful. And as an engineer, it wasn't. As a startup founder, turns out it's way more important. And I really wish I had done the work earlier to build this network out, as opposed to killing myself to learn as much as I can about all these different technology stacks for a company that did not give two shits about me. It was willing to chew me up and spit me out, because then it was just going to replace me with the next person. It was big enough. I didn't fucking care. The leadership at that company didn't care about me. I was a resource. And I've realized just how prevalent that is everywhere. And so that's why I'm introducing chaos marketing. All of the existing systems end up benefiting the incumbents, because when you have the most data, you have the smartest AI. That's no longer true, because we're creating data faster than people can even capture it. And we're creating new types of data that the systems that exist weren't designed to deal with. And because of that, there's actually a really cool exploit that we can use. And this is this concept that I'm calling chaos marketing. It's chaos marketing because it doesn't require a defined system to work. When you think about companies, there are these very complex systems that are designed to move different types of information and resources from one place to another. These companies tend to move slow. Because companies tend to move slow, a lot of times they hire agencies to help. Agencies move a lot faster. Agencies are designed to kind of learn as much as possible about a very specific area of the economy, and kind of plug into the economy for a given company. And so what we're seeing is that as the internet grows and as incentive structures grow and change, everything is getting more complex. We've got more social media to deal with. Like, there's different types of platforms that are popping up. Things are changing constantly. Okay, we've got email marketing. Now we've got short form video, and you've got to kind of do all this to kind of stay up to date. Because guess what? If you aren't, your competition is. And one of the things that I've realized is that we have this huge issue now with the amount of marketing that we are shoving down people's throats. We, like, as you get to be a bigger company, it's simply cheaper for you to spend money than it is employee time. And so if you need to get results, you just have to buy access to big enough audiences. Now, that's the easiest way to buy attention, is you buy a big audience. It's also the least effective way to gain an audience, because guess what? If you're in Kim Kardashian's audience, does she have any clue who you are? Or are you a stat? If you're watching this, you're a stat. If you're not, please reach out, because I'd be really curious to see that connection. But what ends up needing to be the case is like you only get one-way communication that way. So when you have like a large uh, audience to like a single person in a network, um, you only get one-way broadcast communication, uh, and that is great statistically. It's bad predictably. And what I mean in this case is, so given a large enough data set, you can guarantee that it will happen the number of times that you need it to happen. You see this all the time online. It's just a numbers game. This is how we get slop. We have AIs that are cranking out as much shitty cold outreach as they can. They're flooding DMs, they're flooding email inboxes, they're flooding everything. They're flooding all the channels. So they, basically there's two things you can do. You can go wider on channels, and if you're a big company, that's exactly what you do. Fine. You just have someone else handle a different marketing channel. If you're small, it's really hard to break through the noise. I can't even tell you how many times I've launched a product at this point. I think I've made, well, let's see, I think I made $1,000 on a course, and then I think I made a couple hundred on a Twitter product that was probably my most useful product, but became completely financially not viable after Elon took over Twitter and started charging for API access. That set me back a bit because I was really working on a suite of tooling for that. But the so the thing is, all of these systems tend toward complexity, and what you're getting is you're also seeing that the people with the large audiences are now talking more than they ever were before. And so these companies are doing all sorts of negotiation over the prices of large audiences, um, and kind of like tapping into these, but they're not paying any attention to the small networks. And with chaos engines, I want to move, or sorry, let me back up. With chaos marketing, I want to basically look at how can we connect a path through multiple different network channels in order to create some kind of predictable outcome. And so this is different because for a large enough set, there's no guarantee that I will have a predictable path through, this chaos network. And so in terms of a chaos network, imagine, you're in this graph of nodes and you've got connections kind of coming and going, right? You're never actually sure which connections are going to be there. And so what you have to do is, to navigate this kind of network, you have to travel to the next node and see which nodes are available from there, and then make a decision of which of the connections is most likely to get you closer to your desired end state. And so in this case, you don't actually have like a predictable path, let's say on, X, right? Twitter. If I tweet something out, I will get this number of impressions, which, we can say has a conversion rate of 0.1%. I don't know what it is for some of these large brands, whatever. That's okay for them. They have a large enough audience, in theory at least, to do that. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is instead I want to do lots of these little explorations through networks in the chaos. And so I truly think of it like a roguelike video game, right? I've got I'm at some position in the network. I am where I'm at, right? I am who I am. And I've got information from, let's say, a brand partner. And in this case, I'm going to give a shout out to Sublime. Sublime is the first partner I'm working with on this. I'm going to actually do Sublime specific content probably here later. I'm already approaching an hour here, which is what I budgeted for this. And I should have gone over because I should have known I can talk for a long time. So, with Sublime, I have a referral link. And my performance is based off of how many people I can get to sign up for Sublime through that referral link. But one of the things I'm working with Sari on is a way to set up an agreement that is based on how well I perform compared to the average group of users. And so when I'm looking at networks, I'm saying I want to show that the network tied into me is more valuable than the rest of the user base. And so by doing that, one of the things that I love about Sublime and the way that, Sari described it is like a paying user is a user that values what we're doing. And we're not worried about trying to do all of this like marketing stuff and trying to be like weird and like we're just doing our thing that we believe this needs to be like, and it takes how long it takes, and the product is this highly crafted thing. It's a very human product that I absolutely love, which is why I reached out about setting up some kind of partnership. I was like begging, like, come on, sorry, let me promote Sublime somehow. We'll figure something out. And I was like, but I also want to be not only like the top referrer to Sublime, but the best. I want the people that I refer to be subscribed for the longest. And this is something that chaos marketing gives you a huge advantage in. I don't assume that anybody is the same. I also don't base things on labels. And the reason I don't base things on labels is because, like, the idea of a software engineer, the expectation of what a software engineer is has changed a ton over the last 20 years. And we've got people valuing it who don't understand the fact that it's changed. Because a lot of the things are determined by the people who are determining value. And like, it's this really weird system we've set up where basically the people who, distribute the money and get to say how much things are worth, which is a really weird kind of anti-pattern when you're building complex systems, because you want the risk to be calculated separately from the funder, and basically you want a certain balance to a given transaction where you want the risk to be distributed with the incentives aligned, and kind of shared capture of any upside, and then hopefully distributed risk. And that's not what companies do now. And so they've got all these predictable systems in place that help them rely on everything being predictable. With chaos marketing, nothing is predictable. And I assume nothing is predictable. And so, what I'm looking to do is create this chaos engine, is what I'm calling it, where it simulates the network that I want to um, test against. And the cool thing about this is that I believe that I can basically set it up, as I said, like this roguelike game where, basically you've got all of these different AI characters and they try to traverse this network of levels while trying to accomplish goals. And so, basically at each node in the network, which if we assume is a person or a system, you can kind of think of them interchangeably if you just understand that, like, once you're at the node, you have options of like interacting with that system at that node or figuring out a connection from that node to a different node. And so what you do is basically you generate a whole bunch of starting points and then you send them through this chaos engine, which simulates traversal through the nodes. And then what you do is you try to see if you can start predicting which nodes are more likely to exist at a given point in time. Um, and because you're collecting all of this chaotic data from all of these different runs that don't necessarily do anything individually, you can actually overlap them. And because it's a chaotic environment and not one that has predetermined patterns in it, you can actually make a lot better long-term predictions because you can kind of see which patterns over time are more likely to stay in place, which ones are likely to like pop up and go away. And this actually gets more and more predictable when you actually realize that this sounds like it's not a very predictable system. Um, but when you realize that all of the people, or all of the nodes in the network can be people, you can actually say that like there's um, a trust value that exists as the edge in this network. And because you've got this, edge with a given um, trust value, you have to overcome the risk of the person there to put any of their like trust at risk in this network node, right? And when you think about this in terms of people, again, because that's really what this comes down to, we have people who you want to focus, like you want to build up trust with people because that means you've got this reliable network in place and you don't want people to have to risk that trust by backing you and then not being reliable, right? That's kind of the worst case scenario. And because of the way that we've set things up, um, people are already facing too much risk as it is. Because again, these large companies especially are pushing risk down to the bottom of the economy. And as such, the people at the bottom are less willing than ever to risk anything. Uh, they already face too much unpredictability from everything that they're part of. Um, and that just makes it like harder and harder to kind of break through. And the beauty of chaos marketing is that it breaks through the what's the word I'm looking for here? Um, it breaks through the cynicism, I think, of the market. And this is something that I think is going to be huge going forward because um, one of the things that we see is there's just a huge lack of trust in everything. We don't have trust in institutions. We don't have trust in the market. We don't have trust in our leaders. Uh, Basically, there's just not very much trust in the world right now, I've noticed. And that's unfortunate. And I think we actually need to optimize for trust because in these chaotic network environments, trust is actually the one thing that you can rely on. And that's what all of these system designers get wrong. And this is what I got wrong for so long. I was trying to make everything data and like easily computable. And humans are not that. And that has been something that has been somewhat hard for me to learn. Um, I also realized that I've been terrible at this whole like streaming thing, and I could be doing something like actually sharing a diagram related to this this kind of system. The kind of so this chaos engine here. Um, the idea is that basically like it's just creating these networks in between. And actually, now that I described it without looking at the diagram, I think I did a better job describing it than the diagram does. Um, and so I'm probably going to use actually the transcript from this to generate a better new diagram. Um, but I think it does kind of show that like basically you can find these different paths through the network as opposed to these kind of defined systems that are basically like individual systems, small systems, whatever. And actually they can be humans, they can be AIs. It doesn't actually matter in this type of model. But what we do is we can actually use this to get a really good idea of what's possible. And one of the things, though, is that I don't recommend actually using this to run your life necessarily. One of the things that I found with it is that it's kind of unpredictable as to which nodes will be active on a given point in time. And if you don't have enough nodes in a network, it pretty much guarantees failure. Because what you want to do is you want to have a network where there's always a path through, and sometimes it's not always straightforward, but it's kind of constantly moving. And if you kind of take this idea of the roguelike game, there's some objective that you're trying to get to, and you've got to kind of constantly move from node to node in the network until there's like either you don't have a connection or whatever, like you kind of die off, right? Basically there's no possible point in which you reach the end. And so what you want to do is you want to kind of run lots of these little simulations, and or what you can do, and this is basically how I'm implementing this, right? And so this is the idea behind the Make the Internet Weird Again marketing campaign. So I'm actually building a social network, and it's like, well, but are you? Yes. And this is simply the outermost level of it. And there's a reason that I'm selecting weird. I don't want people to show up for the standard incentives. There are two types of people that I want to attract with this. I want to attract people who are like creative and like kind of positioned against this like huge homogenization, optimization of everything. So like that's part of it. And I want to select people who are not winning in the current systems. I've tried to talk to people who are winning in the current systems. And the problem is if they're winning in the current systems, they aren't always that interested in hearing how the current systems aren't that great in a lot of ways. It's not that they don't care. They just aren't incentivized to care as quickly as someone who has no money. And this is one of the things that I have become all too aware of is like the desire of someone to get something across the finish line, or to do anything really, is based on themselves, and has absolutely nothing to do with me. um, which is totally fine, because I'm the same way, right? Like everything, like I have to figure out how everything factors in my own priority stack. um, and this is actually like, because we're having everybody do this individually, um, it's actually kind of it's not great. There's just a lot of duplicated work. And so with this email list, I'm trying to build a very specific, like, large network of, what I'm calling chaos agents. So part of what I'm doing here is I'm also giving them an identity. I'm giving them something they can tie onto. This is something that I think is important. I think people do need identities. It helps people understand where they fit into the world. And that's really what identities are about. It's about understanding your place. And, I've been trying this for a long time, and it's been really difficult, frankly. It's been, something I've just found uh, very hard to explain to people, like, what exactly I'm doing, because I'm doing so many things. You start researching, you know, money and information, and guess what? Everything can be related to money and information. When you start relating it to everything, then people are like, "Wow, you seem to know a lot about everything." Well, yeah, kind of. Like that's what I've been focusing on. Um, but I've also realized that I can't rely on people to need results as badly as I do. Um, and that's, that is what it is. But so with this, um, man, I am all over the place with this. Uh, with this email list, um, as I grow it, it actually has a really interesting function on it, because I'm giving people an identity, and I'm adding them to this social network. Um, they just don't know who anyone is at first, so they're like a secret agent. They're a chaos agent. Um, this also plays into the idea that I've been running with the Creator Insurance Agency, or the CIA. One of the things that I've been playing with in these um, mimetic marketing agencies is giving people concepts to hold on to loosely, but it gives people an anchoring point. Um, so with creators, I'm so it's creator insurance, which is a subset of human insurance, which I talked about at the beginning, which is kind of my overarching model. Um, and that's actually available on my. I've got a GitHub here um, that has everything, and so this actually shows the. So I've got kind of this first principles economics write up. Then that's kind of part of the mimetic economics, and then this idea of complexity inflation. Um, and then okay, so then we've got the mimetic marketing agencies, and then this creator insurance agency, right? Um, one of the things that I found when trying to work with creators is I start talking about, like, data science or engineering or anything like that, and their eyes glaze over. I start talking about taking their processes and turning it into products to help them, and that feels too risky, even when I'm offering to, like, just basically, like, um, split the revenue, and do all of the work in exchange for sharing an audience. Um, it's actually crazy how many different things I've tried with this. So I decided to play it a different way. I'm doing the creator insurance agency in the CIA, and I want it to be focused around this idea of like analysts and like travel and traveling between different platforms online. Um, I think this is actually a hugely valuable concept that we need to do a bit more to flesh out here. And I think I'm going to spend some time on that because the idea of like different social platforms as completely different worlds, and then actually even like subsets of these social networks, being their own demon, teapot, right? If you're on Twitter, it's teapot, this part of Twitter, it's the post rats, post rationalists. There's fun story about the post rats. I saw post rats and I was like, it's because these people post a lot. That's kind of funny. No, it's for post rationalists, and I just had no idea what I was talking about when I first saw that. But I've learned, and that's kind of the fun thing about Teapot. Um, but there's a ton of like really cool people doing incredibly cool research there, and I want to use that to help creators do really cool things. And so with this idea of the creator insurance agency, I want it to be like an agency that is designed to help protect creators from the stupid shit that tech companies are going to do with AI. I guarantee you what they're going to do, because they're a bunch of people running tech companies, and they're incentivized in the way that tech companies are, and they're incentivized by data. Um, and because of that, they're extremely vulnerable. And this is what I'm going to be proving. Um, it's going to be possible to uh, basically like seed these large companies AI models with bad data, um, because it's not that hard when you understand what a company is optimizing for and what they're looking at. That's kind of the thing I want people to realize. I want to actually show, hey, like we've got a lot of like really big issues in these businesses here, and they're going to be attacked unless you do something with it, because they're just not designed well. But they're not going to listen to that. So instead, I'm going to build a social media platform with an email list and show them how to do it better. Um, and so this gets into this thing here with this idea of like people as undervalued assets. I don't care what your label is. In these kind of chaos engine scenarios, I care what you can do for me. You're a node in this network. Can you either do something, or can you point me to a node who can? And when you think of it that way, and you kind of put it into people networks, like, wow, you sound like kind of a dick. Well, kind of, yeah, that's how it ends up coming off. But when you realize that, you can have chaos engines where anybody is free to ask for anything at any time, but also people are free to say no at any time. Um, this is where the magic happens, because then you're actually incentivized to um, do things that uh, people like actually benefit from. Um, and if you don't, they won't do stuff. People do stuff at work for the stability of a paycheck that's actually not all that stable anymore, because when all the prices are changing and your paycheck isn't, guess what? You're still fucked, because everything's getting more expensive and you're getting poor. Doesn't matter if you've got a bunch of money in the bank and all these companies where people are doing shit for you, because then you don't have that risk. You're diversified. You're safe. You're smart. You're rich. Those are all correlated. They're not actually, but thus is memetics. Um, so we've got, this idea of humans as undervalued assets. When I'm looking at that, I'm like, okay, so if I know what different brands want in terms of outcomes, and I have a way to measure that, then I can create a network and provide enough activation energy, which is basically this concept I've been working on in networks of like, in order to accomplish a given outcome for a given network, what is the activation energy required? And so, depending on the trust value and basically how easily information moves back and forth in the network, you know, can this be accomplished? And so, as I'm looking at this activation energy, you've got to uh, you've got to test it because you don't actually know. And this is something I realized last week because, I'll be honest, I've been falling victim to mimetic uh, beliefs that certain things will happen faster than than they will. Um, on Twitter, I've been building relationships and I've been sharing all of this research and sharing all of these ideas. And last week, I went to ask for something from like the networks that I was in, and I realized that um, I don't have nearly the activation energy I thought I did in certain parts of my network. Um, which, let me tell you, is something you do not want to find out when you're doing it on a combination of being for yourself and one of your good friends who is needing help. And this is something that it kind of hurt to realize, right? Like when you're in these networks and you're spending a lot of time on Twitter or social media of any sort, uh, and you're talking to people and you are building up relationships, it feels very real. And in a lot of ways it is, but also in a lot of ways it's not. And when you go to ask for something from your network, you get to figure out your status. This is something I have not wanted to play the fucking status game. I hate the status game. I hate all status games. Um, I will be honest. My life would be a lot easier right now if I gave a shit about status games. I've gotten caught before, almost wrapped up in these various status games because you know what? They're fun to play. And it feels good. When I was at Copy AI, I one of the first things that I did, so I'd been there a month, and the company flew me out to San Francisco um, to meet up with some of the other people on the team. And we got invited to one of the investors' houses. We got to hang out in a hot tub, like overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge. And yeah, you know what? That was fucking cool. That felt great. Um, but it doesn't mean anything. Um, that showed me like, yeah, that stuff would be great, but it's not what I care about. Ultimately, I care about people, and that's what all this comes from. Because I've realized that there's so much talent out there. There are so many people doing incredible things, and the world is just against them. And the problem is we actually have a couple problems here. We have it more visible that people are able to have an exponential outcome. And it's becoming harder than ever to have an exponential outcome because you have to be able to stand out from the crowd. And you're competing on a global scale constantly. It's fucking exhausting. It's like I really do think that trying to be a like professional on social media is being a professional athlete of a different type. And in fact, I actually think those correlations go very, very strongly with entrepreneurship and athletics, and because everything is kind of a spectator sport now. And I have some plans for that because I think there's a lot of fun things that we can play with there. Um, but this, with chaos networking, one of the things that I found is that the easiest way to minimize the activation energy needed for something to happen is to maximize the amount of fun. Because guess what? People will do fun things because it's fun. Now, what happens online when that happens? People do something fun. They enjoy themselves. Somebody sees them enjoying themselves, usually for free, and says, I got to get in on that action. If they're doing this for free, I can make them pay for it. And it always ends up being from like the weirdest parts of the network that the pressure to monetize comes in. It's never at the point of value creation. So I've been asking, like, what if it is at the point of value creation? And what if I can give people quests? So that's with Make the Internet Weird Again, I'm going to offer quests. And if I offer a set of quests that I believe combined will achieve some outcome, and I have a large enough network to assume that, like, you know, some percentage of that network will be able to accomplish, the entire set of quests, my goal is to prove that I'll be able to, like, guarantee a certain outcome even without being able to plan exactly what that's going to look like in practice. The first implementation of this is coming next week. I'm attending neurodiversion in Austin, Texas. Um, and that's going to be kind of the heart of the movement. Um, I've been reaching out to people and companies I know in Austin that might be interested in sponsoring it, because as I pull in sponsorship dollars, I will be able to deploy the networks I've got. I've got a team of like 7 people for a street team in Austin so far, and I'm planning on recruiting people from the conference. And so, depending on the resources I have available, I'm going to basically be using that to cause all sorts of chaos and doing weird things that break the frame, because everybody's living in this world where they're focused on everything being predictable. And when everything is predictable, the incumbents win. They have more resources to make it more predictable. When you have enough resources, anything can be predictable. But when you know what someone's predicting, you can be not predictable. You can be chaotic. You can break the frame, and then you can go in with actions that don't sell somebody something. They promote friendship. We're in a loneliness epidemic right now. It's massive, and it's because we've mixed people and marketing and economics and education. Like, we've kind of thrown everything together, and we've decided, like, oh, this is what's super valuable. And it's not. Over time, the world is going to realize that it's all about the small trusted networks. We're going back towards tribalism. but not in the way that it looks like we are on social media. Social media is amplifying the negative, big, loud tribes, and it's not showing their quiet, builder, cooperative tribes. This streaming show is a chance for that to change. I'm going to be showing the builders. I'm going to be showing the optimists. I'm going to be showing the creators who are doing human things for human reasons. We're going to be using products to build out marketing campaigns. We're going to be doing some vibe coding. We've got a whole bunch of really cool things coming up on this live stream as I figure out what the hell I'm doing, because I'm not very good at it yet. Um, but I'm a believer in building in public, and one of the things that I was working on, and I can showcase some Claude here. Um, so I've been playing around with uh, these mimetic marketing systems, which are going to be LLMs that I train specifically um, as the embodiment of the brand. And so, if you've been following what done with the Make the Internet Weird Again campaign so far, I've got Glitch. Glitch is the ghost of internet past future. It is the embodiment of weird. It is the embodiment of the manifesto I wrote around what I was feeling about how much I hate the enshittification of everything online right now. And I was longing for the days of actually yearning. Yearning is the word I was looking for there, maybe even more than longing. Um, Yearning for this past where the internet was weird and beautiful and friendly, because guess what? You went online to find the weirdos that didn't exist where you were. And now everybody's online, and so again, it's super hard to find the weirdos online. So I'm going to make it easier to find the weirdos in person, and then we can connect online. So Building Public University is going on tour, and it's starting off in Austin. Um, and so as part of this, I've been playing around with the embodiment of Building Public University from that manifesto. I've written a whole bunch of manifestos over the years. I created an embodiment of Building Public University. So that is Professor Prototype. Um, and so, if you look here, I believe iteration beats perfection every time. If you look at this, I'm optimizing for iteration. I decided I wanted to do it. I started streaming. I started talking. I'm still doing it an hour and a half later, which is remarkable stamina. I can listen to myself talk forever, with or without an audience. It's perfect. Um, and okay, I share L's as proudly as my W's. If I tell you how many times I've lost lately, you wouldn't even believe it. And I'm going to keep losing because I love losing. If I'm losing, it means I don't understand how to win yet. I am way too willing to lose before I win, because it teaches me way more. It's this learning in chaos. I expect to lose in chaos, right? You play a roguelike expecting to lose, because then when you win, it's so much greater and so much more valuable, interestingly. Um, and so, yeah, I love this. Like, Prof P doesn't teach building in public, they are building in public personified. Half experimental scientist, half community organizer. And that's what I'm going for, except I don't actually want to organize a community. I want to point people to the right communities. I want to be a community router, I guess, is maybe um, more the thing to do for it. But I wanted to bring this up because this is the manifesto, right? Like, fuck the algorithm. Goddamn right. Like, share secrets. There are no secrets. If you're not sharing information, other people aren't sharing information with you, and the world is changing too fucking fast for us all to keep up on it individually. This is why I believe in APIs over moats. This is why everything I do is collaboration, not competition. I will give you all of the plans for every company I am building, and I hope to God you are able to do it easier and much more successfully than I have, because I have fucked up every single part of it royally in order to come up with these models, and how they work. And so, um, please don't do what I've done. I have put myself through fucking hell for a long time to figure this shit out. Oh yeah, there we go. Collaboration. I didn't even read the next one before I was talking. This is so ingrained in it. Just try shit instead of overthinking it. Fucking yeah, just do it. Like, so many times I'll have a friend be like, "I want to do this thing." Like, cool, let's do it. Be like, "What?" Like, don't talk about it. Let's just do it. I've got a friend, Justin. He's going to be on here at some point. I know it because I'm going to drag him on, because it was his whole idea to talk about this anyway, and I help him every week. I work with him. It's coaching, it's training, it's friendship, it's whatever. I do it because I enjoy doing it, and he's helping me. Right? He's focused on education and how we can get kids to really do cool shit. He's got my 10-year-old interested in streaming, who threw up his first stream, and I was like, well, shit, if he can do it, I can do it. Right? Like, this is the communities over algorithms part. Um, when other people are doing things and trying shit, that gives you ideas. This whole show's idea is a direct ripoff of TBPN. They're doing live stream, highly informative broadcast, 5 days a week. I'm doing all of that, except without the budget, without the famous guests, and basically for more creators, indie hackers, and researchers. There's um, there's a ton of money in doing it to the other crowd, the established crowd, the crowd with money. If you ask anybody, they'll say make products and services for people with money. I'm really bad at that. I want to help the people who don't have the money, because those are the most valuable. Because if you help them get money, then they'll be able to pay you even more money. Like, it's great. Um, but you do have to have money first. And so one of the questions that keeps coming up is like, where does that money come from? I thought it's going to be products. It hasn't yet. Again, I've launched a lot of products and I've failed a lot of times. Um, but one of the things I've been able to figure out is communication. Um, and not necessarily communication with individuals, oddly enough. Some individuals, yes. Most individuals, no. But what I've been able to do is I'm now comfortable sitting up here and talking for an hour and a half, 2 hours. Longer than that, probably. I can actually talk on a Zoom call for many hours, when I'm excited about the topic I'm talking on. And that's the thing. Like, I love this stuff. I mean, I want to help everybody be a builder. I don't need to gatekeep anything. There's so much work to do. We're wasting so much time and energy on stupid shit that doesn't matter. I want to use chaos marketing as a way to take that marketing budget and turn it into friendships and lasting connections, because in a chaotic environment, those are what fucking last. And, I found on going all in on Twitter over the last few years, um, it's possible to build a great relationship on Twitter, but it's also harder than ever now. And Twitter isn't a relationship that you can rely on. I'm collecting relationships on there, but I'm also moving them off platform as soon as I can. I'm moving them to email. I'm moving them to whatever. Not LinkedIn. I really don't like LinkedIn. It's okay. I don't have anybody watching me on LinkedIn because I have no audience on LinkedIn because I'm never there. I'm gonna have to be probably at some point. But I'm gonna let Glitch do that, and that's kind of the purpose of Glitch here. And this is in the chaotic marketing, in breaking the frame. I believe that I can give Glitch autonomous free reign over social media, and grow its audience faster and easier than I could, um, and frankly better. And what I want to do is I want to end up creating like an basically a social networking site for these marketing LLMs that can actually communicate at a higher level of data transfer, which really focuses on user data sharing to determine if a given product is a good fit, or if there's a better fit. And when we decouple money from survival, and all of the shit that goes around with like people's individual plans for their lives, like it's really hard for people to agree to a restructuring if they think that they're going to lose something in that restructuring. But they don't have to. There's an infinite amount of money in the world. I've mathematically proven it. It's all in the PhD repo and associated links. If anyone's interested in that, it's all there. Um, has been for years. I've been trying to pull it all together into something that somebody will actually look at and read now. Um, and Yeah, I think this is important too. Everyone's both student and teacher. There's so much I don't know. There's so much I want to know. I actually need to make more money than ever before because there's so many like courses and people that I want to work with and things that I want to know and understand. Um, and so right now, it's all about launching this marketing campaign because I need to make the internet weird again. This campaign is the most fun I have had with fucking anything. I look at Jason Levin as chaos marketing ideal case study. Um, Jason is doing what he loves with Meme Lord Tech. I fucking love Meme Lord Tech. Got an affiliate for that too that I'm gonna have to like throw out somewhere into the world and get people to sign up with it. Jason is showing what it means to build out like a company as a meme, and that's what I'm doing with Glitch and with Professor P. All of this stuff. I'm building out a brand that is its own marketer because I realized that I have to separate out the marketing from like the human in me, and I probably also need to separate out the research too. Uh, It's really hard when all of these things are kind of intermingled, and interplaying in kind of weird, chaotic ways. Um, but it's been really helpful because it's helped me see what is like what is possible, and there are a lot of really cool things that are becoming possible and that are possible now. And Yeah, um, I think this is my spot. This is where I'm meant to be. This is what I've been training for. This live stream talking, this discussion of ideas. Um, Currently have a weekly segment coming up where we're going to be showcasing experiments and ideas that I collaborate on with an AI company who's doing some pretty cool stuff. Chatted with one of the founders for that this morning. Um, as I said, also going to be shouting out Sublime a lot. I've got some ideas for different segments that I'm going to be doing with Sublime on the regular. Um, and Yeah, Revid is one I'm excited to be working on. Tebow, if you're familiar on Twitter, has done a fantastic job with that. And actually, I'm really excited to use Outrank as well, which is his programmatic SEO tool. I've got an operation in progress to do a little bit of fun chaos involving vibe coding and vibe camp, and trying to kind of mix up those two concepts to rank for search traffic. So we're going to see how that goes. We'll probably do that on stream at some point. Um, and Yeah, I mean, other than that, it's just going to be kind of fun to see where this shit goes. And also, I don't see anybody watching on Twitter, although I think this is probably where I'm likely have the most actual uh, audience. But I don't know if let's see. I don't see. I don't even know where I'm live. Like, does it show me live? Here we go. I am live. Oh, I've got 30 views. Okay, cool. Okay, that's not bad actually. I'll take that for the first day. And it doesn't seem like any comments. Or if there are comments, they're hidden. I don't know. Nobody's talking back to me, which is fine. I've got plenty to say. I can sit here and talk for hours. Everybody's left. Um, I had a couple viewers on YouTube there that apparently decided I have no longer been saying stuff of value, which is totally fine because I'm really not at this point. But yeah, I think overall I'm really excited for where this is going, and so um, if you're interested in sponsorship, let's talk. TVPN, talking to you. I want you to be the presenting sponsor. I think you're setting the standard for what I want this to be. Um, and I would love to have you as kind of the presenting sponsor to kind of you know throw some good weight behind it. And so we'll see if that happens. I'm going to see what I can do to make that happen. Um, and then yeah, tomorrow. So today was Mimetic Marketing Monday, and we talked about chaos marketing. Um, Tomorrow I think is going to be Technical Tutorial Tuesday. And I don't know what I'm going to be talking about yet. It's probably going to be whatever I'm fucking around with and vibe coding to try to see what I can be putting out into the world. One of the things with chaos marketing is that because building is cheap, you do it quickly and often. You want to set up as much like you want to be able to try to capture attention kind of periodically with these little projects, and then use it in these short-lived systems that transfer information into these longer lived systems. And so if you think about this idea of kind of this marketing LLM at the core of the business, which is long lived, you've got the edge of the network, which is kind of the mimetic layer, where people are trying to kind of attach onto that. And once you get people to attach, then you want to kind of move them through what ends up being a funnel. And so you actually attach kind of a funnel to your marketing LLM and then try to create this black hole effect that sucks only the right people in and actually excludes the wrong people, which is kind of pretty cool. So that's where we're getting at with the marketing engine, which will also be connected up to this live stream and be pushing out content onto various other media channels, because that's how we're going to demo this shit. Because frankly, I'm tired of being all of this research and stuff going into stuff that isn't being paid for, because frankly I like food and shelter and things like that, and I should probably focus on that being a priority over me knowing stuff. Brains are weird at what they value, man. Let me tell you that. Um, and that's because memes, the power of memes, like the power of memes will make you neglect your own needs for that of the group. And that's an incredibly powerful and scary, terrifying fucking idea, isn't it? Um, yeah, there's been so much I've done that I've kind of sacrificed my own stability for the sake of um, trying to do something greater, and that's had costs. And I've gotten things wrong, and it's been hard in kind of these mimetic environments because trust isn't obvious. It has to be sussed out. You have to figure out where the trust in the networks lie. Um, and chaos marketing is great because it relies on revealed trust, not assumed trust because someone's like a follower. Um, anyway, I think that's it for today. I've been going an hour and 45 now. That's pretty good for day one, episode one of Infinity, or at least five. Let's commit to five. We'll do Monday through Friday this week, and then see what happens. Because yeah, Like I think this has a ton of potential, and it's going to be fun, and that's the most important thing. So I'm optimizing for fun, and we're having fun because I get to sit here and just talk at the camera, and it's fantastic. And eventually, people are going to be talking back at me, and that's going to be even more amazing, and it's going to be fun. And yeah, and then we're going to get TBPN as the presenting sponsor. So if anyone's out there watching this, I see you on Twitch, I think. Um, you know, if you want to be part of that, there's going to be incentives structured to help get some of these quests. Or, also the other thing that I'm looking to do is start going on other people's podcasts and start talking to people because, again, if you didn't notice, I enjoy talking and the sound of my own voice. I even have some kind of interesting things to talk about. At least I assume, because the one thing that I've seen is that people enjoy talking to me. They don't enjoy giving me money for it, but they love talking to me. Um, yeah, I don't know. The economy's weird with what it values. Anyway, that's it for today. Um, gonna call it there. Let's see how this goes. Gonna go find some sponsors now that I've got an episode of me just talking for 2 hours. I'm hoping the fact that I just show them that, like, oh, here's my first episode. It's me just talking nonstop for 2 hours with absolutely no feedback from the audience. Um, I feel like that should be a pretty good indicator of what I am able and willing to do in service of this mission. Because, yeah, there's a lot of people who need to get their work out in front of the world. And this is what I've been training for. And so it's time to start putting the spotlight on some cool people doing cool shit. And we're going to start getting some projects funded because, like, fuck, man, there's so goddamn much money out there. Like, why are we not getting it to the people doing the shit that fucking matters? There's so many of them. We just need to put the spotlight on them. And that's what I'm here to do. And so, if you're out there looking for some revenue to, some cash to deploy, I'm going to hook you up with some really cool people doing really cool shit, who are going to use your money to make the world a better place. And we're going to use some chaos marketing to turn that into some actual, like, meaningful revenue as well. So fuck it, let's do this. Let's go out. Let's market some shit. Um, if you're a startup and you're looking to do some marketing, and by startup I mean indie hacker or creator or anybody doing something new, experimenting. I love experiments. Experiments are fun. Do experiments and actually go buy Anne Laura Lecomte's new book, Tiny Experiments. It's out last week. Um, I did write a newsletter on it. I do recommend you read it. I haven't read the book yet myself, but I love her as a person and as a thinker, and her idea of tiny experiments is exactly what I recommend with building public university. And so, kind of this, just try shit, right? Like, it's the experimentation. Uh, it's the vibe we're cultivating. Transparent, something, something, whatever it said. Uh, there we go. Transparent, collaborative, experimental, and sustainable. There we go. That's what we're shooting for. And so we're gonna go ahead and get all this shit figured out with tiny experiments along the way. And if you don't know what to do, go buy Anne Laur's book. And yeah, and then join maketheinternetweirdagain.com on the mailing list, because it turns out that being a chaos agent is a great time to run experiments, because if you start figuring out how to coordinate in these different types of networks, you can end up doing some very, very cool things. And the great part of a chaos social media network is that you can't see the connections or the communications. It's all happening um, in various places. It's not happening on a single platform. And so the data is all spread around. It can be easily validated, but impossible to predict. which turns out that's going to be an incredibly valuable thing that people are going to have to keep in mind. I actually think I think that's really fucking huge. I don't think I've ever said it exactly that way before, but I think that's yeah, that's gonna be pretty key. I'm gonna have to go back and check the notes on that one because that's good. But yeah, we're going to be doing some cool shit together, and I want to turn this into something fun for everybody, not just me. I mean, I'm going to keep doing it because I'm going to have fun, and either I'm going to, like, I don't know, have everything fucking turned off because this doesn't take off, and nobody will see it, and that'll be that, or it's gonna fucking work. And by that, I mean it's gonna fucking work because there's no other option. So let's fucking make this work together, and go out there, cause some chaos, and make the internet weird again.com. Go sign up for that mailing list. Be a chaos agent. All right, go out, go cause some chaos, go build some shit, and show it off. Starting now, I'm gonna say let's do a fucking weekly build show off. Everybody can submit a build, and I'll just, I don't know, I'll probably show them all on the live stream or something on Friday. Let's maybe say that. If you're watching this, listening to this, getting this information into your brain somehow, um, let me know if you build something and want to show it to me because I would love to see it. I love seeing all the new cool weird shit that is getting built, and I want other people to see all of that weird cool shit as well. So let's fucking get it seen. All right, folks. I think I've talked for long enough, and I've kind of got to pee, so I'm gonna go do that. Y'all take care. This was fun. Let's do it again tomorrow. We'll say same time, same place, same bat channel. That is 12 p.m. noon Eastern time. So I will see you then. All right. So today is Technical Tutorial Tuesday, which is fun to say, which, if you've noticed, is a theme now over the last 2 days, which nobody probably has noticed as a theme, because nobody's actually watching this live yet. And that's totally fine. That is not the point. And that's actually what I want to get into today, because what is the point? Okay, so I believe in building in public, right? And I have been trying to be extremely transparent with. That reminds me, I need to share a link. And really bad at this whole streaming and figuring out how everything goes here so far. But that's okay, because one of the things about building in public is that it's okay to be bad at things. And I wanted to. So I've been trying to build in public, right? And I've been sharing all these ideas, sharing this research, and trying to pull it into something that works and makes a living for me. And I've been trying to figure that out while also building out products and trying to figure different things out. And one of the things that I've realized in all of this is that I can't actually do everything all at once. I mean, I can, which is kind of the problem, but I also don't need to. Wait. We have a chat. We have Lobo in the house. It's fun with an audience. Excellent. Oh wait, how do I? Oh, and that. There we go. Show it on stream. Look at that. I'm like a fancy streamer now. Check that shit out. Cool shit. But yeah, so anyway, I realized that as I'm, trying to build everything out and tweet about it, I realized that, I can't actually rely on Twitter for, well, frankly, anything. it's an absolutely terrible platform for honestly just about everything at this point. It's the algorithm sucks. It's constantly being skewed by all sorts of weird behaviors. But like the story about, a guy walks out of a poker game and this guy comes up to him and says, "Hey man, don't you know that game is crooked?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, man, but it's the only game in town." Twitter's kind of the only game in town in some weird ways because it's such real-time unfiltered communication. And this is actually really great when you're trying to learn stuff and, have kind of these very quick communications where all the context is self-contained. Um, and most people actually suck at that communication style because it's not something that most people have to do. And so what ends up happening is that there's all sorts of really weird downstream behaviors. Um, but there's also a group of people on Twitter who are doing things right. And, those are the people that I love communicating with because they're doing cool research. They're thinking about interesting things. They're sharing their various journeys of self discovery in like really cool, interesting ways. There's a lot of stuff going on with exploring the idea of consciousness and, um, what exactly it means to be human. And I think that we need to really elevate a lot of these ideas. Um, and when I'm kind of turning that into kind of this um, building in public thing, I was trying to think of how I can help some of these ideas really start spreading. And what I realized is that I'm a terrible engineer now. Um, and that's kind of it's kind of an ego blow to someone who always prided himself on being an excellent engineer. I'm frankly a terrible engineer now. I burn out on it, and it's just incredibly hard for me to focus on building. And AI, in that sense, has been a godsend because I can do a lot of things very, very quickly. Um, and one of the things that I've been kind of working through this whole process as I've been figuring out what I'm doing is I realize that I need to build out a marketing system. And that's what this whole live stream is. It's I was doing this on Twitter, but like just typing out my thoughts. And what happens then is that all of those thoughts get distributed to different people. And when I'm thinking about ideas that are all like linked together, but then separated and thrown out into the void and nobody sees them, they don't actually do that much. And I've been doing a lot of work for Twitter, a lot of data in there that I'm hoping actually goes into training Grok. Ultimately, I'm hoping to teach Grok what's what, but we'll see. Um, but I realized that like it just wasn't reliable enough for me to believe it was an actual marketing channel. And so that's when I kind of came up with the idea of this live stream because it's basically me thinking out loud and saying everything that I would have said in tweets, but now it's all going to be in one contained idea or yeah, one contained container of ideas, I guess. And from here, I'm going to push it out into marketing systems that don't require me to touch them because as I found out, I'm terrible at tinkering with marketing systems in ways that like people don't quite resonate with. I tend to go deep on things. I don't interact well with the vast majority of people because most people aren't interested in going deep on things, and that is totally fine. But I need to be able to talk to people that aren't me or people like me, and so that's where the idea of this um, mimetic marketing system comes in. So as I've been building products and trying to figure out, what goes into it and how to kind of connect with people on marketing, I realized that marketing is basically the practice of mimetics. And so, what you're doing is basically you're understanding a population and what they value, and you're trying to speak their language. You're trying to connect with your users or your clients or your whatever, right? Customers, whoever you're looking for. You're trying to connect with them, draw them in. And so, the idea of like a landing page is it's a mimetic attractor. What you're trying to do is you're trying to create a place where the right people will be attracted to it and then get kind of captured by your system. That's your top of funnel. So your system knows about them when they enter. So you want an attractor that draws people in and then like traps them with your memes. That's kind of a funny way of saying it, but that's what a landing page is. Because what you want to do is you want to take them in your funnel and then, kind of build up trust until they are ready to buy. And this is something that, honestly is a good system. You're trying to build up trust over time, which is great when when you have the time to do that and you're able to kind of plan out far enough in advance. Um, but what I've been kind of thinking about is what if we flip that, and I don't actually want to worry about that. And so what I've been doing is I've been building these agents that are the embodiment of my brands. And so right now I've got kind of two brands going. So we've got Glitch. Glitch is, the ghost of internet past future. This is the embodiment of Weird for the Make the Internet Weird Again campaign. And I'm going to drop that in the chat because at some point people will need that. And I need to get good at typing things in the chat. So we'll practice that. Oh, cool. There's a link. And it comes through twice because it's coming from Riverside and through my YouTube channel. Perfect. Awesome. So we've got Glitch, who is the embodiment of the Make the Internet Weird Again campaign. And then I've got a new one, which is Professor Prototype, who is the embodiment of the Build Public University brand. And so one of the things that I kind of want to showcase here is how I am using these and how I'm looking to kind of build them out as we go. Because ultimately, what I want to do is I want to just do my live stream each day and have that automatically uh, go through a pipe that transcribes it live streaming. I want to have my brand agents, so Glitches Human on Twitter and Build in Public You on Twitter, start live tweeting my stream through their own lens. And I haven't hooked all that up yet, obviously, because we're on day 2. And frankly, we're just building this plane as we're flying it before it hits the ground, which is super cool. So let's actually do a screen share here because it's probably more fun than looking at my face. And all right, so we have Claude here. And so let me do a quick brief, just in case you're not familiar with Claude. I don't know that everybody is. And so Claude is one of the major AI products. So by Anthropic, that's the company that produces it. In Claude, you've got projects. So projects are kind of self-contained things, right? I mean, it's the idea of a project, and you want to put things together. And so right here, I've actually got a project for Building Public University. And if you see here, I've got the description, creating the Building Public University brand MMS, Mimetic Marketing System. And so what I actually do with these is I have, so I give it a goal, right? And I tell it that it's an implementation of the meme lord marketing system. Um, and so this is something that I put together um, based on my study of memetics and like how everything ties into what works well on social media. And so this basically explains how to be a meme lord. And if you've seen any of the stuff that I've produced with Glitch, because that's been the one that I've really been kind of putting at the forefront to kind of highlight how weird it is. See, this is something that I'm doing as part of the marketing campaign to really position myself against kind of these different AI companies that are all kind of converging on these very boring large models that aren't particularly interesting. My belief is that we're actually going to a world where there's going to be a whole bunch of different like AI models floating around because the most intelligent model isn't actually the most useful. Um, and if you've ever tried to be smart in this economy, you realize the problem. We don't value smart. So, pure intelligence, that's not what we're looking for here. Um, Instead, what we're looking for is filtering. And what this memetic marketing system acts as is it acts as a filter. What I want it to do is I want it to align with my brand values and I want it to find people who align with my brand values. And I want to be as helpful as possible to them. And so, what I'm doing with this is I'm going to take this system and build it out to be able to do all sorts of things for the people who interact with my brand. They'll be able to do all sorts of different um, pieces of this interaction. Basically, this self-contained system will work on understanding each person it interacts with individually, and that's kind of what I think is the cool part about this. So when I'm building this out, I'm actually giving it information about like who I am and who other people are, and I want to build out actual working models of reality. And then from there, what I can do is I can actually let the AI system start simulating it. Um, and because what we want to do is basically we want to let the AI think about who it's talking to and like what their objectives are, and then figure out what its objectives are in terms of its relation to the brand, and then make that kind of communication, right? So communication is actually pretty complicated because there's all these different levels of communication happening. And this actually takes these into account. And so I'm trying to build out this system in a way that allows it to um, do this kind of reflective piece where it's thinking about what the person actually wants. And so, okay, so I've got this system here, which is great. That tells it what it is. But, if we're saying that something is like witty and irreverent, like, well, that doesn't sound like it's going to align with my brand, right? And this is true. Um, but it's the way we balance that actually is by giving it a manifesto. And so this is the Build in Public University manifesto. It's from the Build in Public University site. And I could probably pull that up and drop it in the chat too, because we're going to do all sorts of links in the chat this time because I am a professional streamer now. It's cool. Let's see if I can find it, maybe. Okay, well, I will find the link to that. So, okay, there we go. And now I've got to find chat again. Excellent. There we go. And we have another link. That's 2 links for today, except we got to see it 4 times because automations. At least I got to see it 4 times. Nobody else probably does because nobody else is looking at the Riverside chat. Anyway, so I give it this manifesto to kind of align it on the brand values. And so what I want it to do is I truly want it to embody the values as this mimetic marketing system. And so you have kind of this, um, if we think about it from computer science terms, it's different levels of abstraction, right? So we've got the mimetic marketing system, which is this core system prompt, which basically says how to be a meme lord, essentially, which is basically what I was going for. Shout out to Jason Levin. I basically did a lot of research on him and put a bunch of it into this because, yeah, dude's crushing it. Like, I want to be like him when I grow up. Um, yeah, so you take that mimetic marketing system and then you layer on the values. And so this is really what's focused on aligning people with your brand. And so what you really want to do is you want to create this really strong gravitational core as this brand AI. And so um with Glitch, I'm doing it as this very it's focused on kind of the retro internet, the old school, um just weird internet where you used to go because like nobody around you understood you, but like you could go find your weirdos online. um yeah, like that's when you would come online and find the weirdos like you. And nobody made any money because nobody knew anything was valuable. Like we just did shit because like fuck it, it was better than doing anything just at home or IRL. And there was a magic to that that doesn't exist anymore. And I'm really trying to bring that spirit back. And so Glitch is truly the embodiment of that. And when I wrote the manifesto for that, for Glitch, that's what I put into it. And that's what I want this AI system to actually embody. And what I found is that you can actually accomplish this by putting this kind of in this. So you got the mimetic marketing system prompt, and then you've got the manifesto part as part of the project knowledge. And suddenly you've got something that really responds in the voice of the brand. And so if we look here, um, what I had it do, so I told it to start by embodying the manifesto, and become the feelings it describes, right? Um, and I think I think it really captured it well. And I showed this a bit yesterday too. Um, but like this is the kind of core idea of building public university, um, trying to showcase what's truly valuable in this world. And this goes back to my YouTube channel, which is also streaming this live now. It's the idea supply chain, where ideas come from and what makes them valuable. Um, if you hear about memetics is how ideas spread, how cultural values form, um, things like that, right? They're all tied into this, and that's why I say like marketing is the application of memetics. Um, and so okay, I had it embody that, and then I told it to choose an identity, and that's where this idea of Professor Prototype came from. Um, and so this is it's me, but it's not me. And this is the trick with these systems and building out strong brands. You have to be able to separate yourself from the brand. And this is something I was having a lot of trouble doing on Twitter. I wanted to be a brand that could be predictable and monetizable, but I also wanted to be researchy and academic, but I also wanted to be funny, witty, and mimetic. And in the end, everybody just kind of thought I was insane on everything, and nobody actually knew how to handle me. Um, and so this is my attempt to kind of separate out the branding so that I can go back to just being human because fuck it, like that's what it's all about. I want to be my chaotic, random self and not have to figure out how to like monetize that, right? That should be kind of the easy part. Um, because it's all about, you know, so basically I've realized that making money in this economy comes down to two things now. It's what you can do and who knows what you can do. And there are kind of two basic levers that affect that. So your learning speed, um, because you want to increase how much you know and how many things you're able to do, and your network, which is the number of connections, the number of people that know what you do. And when building a social media following, a lot of times the goal is to just maximize that following. And that's not what I've been trying to do. I've actually been trying to build my following pretty explicitly and find specific people to try to really build relationships with and share information. Um, and yeah, I just realized that like Twitter wasn't spreading it anywhere. And so like I was doing all of this work that just wasn't working, right? It wasn't actually getting this information to the people that need to see it. And so that's why I want to build this system that kind of automatically distributes this. And so far, okay, so we've got kind of, you start with a Claude project. You can put the mimetic marketing system prompt in, and you can kind of give it your manifesto. I actually need to build a manifesto generator based off of a URL. The goal was to have that up last week, along with one that could do it from a GitHub repository specifically. Unfortunately, agent deployments are kind of a pain in the ass. And I kind of realized that I'm not that great of an engineer now, and I'm a much better marketing/media personality, which is not what I would have ever guessed. I'm really confusing myself now with who it turns out I actually am. It's a very weird thing because this isn't quite how I saw things going, but it never is, and that's what makes it fun. But yeah, so the cool thing here, and I may have said that a lot. I don't know. That feels like something I say a bunch. It's amazing how self-aware you are when live streaming. That's kind of funny. Okay, so I finally took the transcript. And I say finally took the transcript because this turned out to be something that was way more of a pain in the ass than I thought, actually. So from yesterday. And, it was just under 2 hours. So decent chunk. And normally I've been using Gladia to do my transcriptions, and I just drop in a video and it transcribes it, and then I can take that and drop it in. And for whatever reason, Gladia wasn't working yesterday on that file. I don't know if it was too large or what was going on with it. Ended up having to put it into like Descript and getting Descript to do it for me. But once I finally got the transcript in here, I actually had it review it for me as the as this brand voice. And so I wanted to see how close my live stream yesterday aligned with the values that I've outlined in these manifestos. And the nice thing about manifestos is they actually capture your like true authentic self when done right. And this is where I've got to give a shout out to my homie Rob Hardy, Manifesto King. Check his shit out. He is actually the one who helped me figure all of this out because Glitch wrote a manifesto, and I was like, oh, that's cute. The AI wrote a manifesto. And then he's like, tell it to embody the manifesto. And I was like, okay. And then I got Glitch, and it was magical. And that's when I knew that something really fucking cool was happening here with what I was kind of figuring out along this. And so yeah, it's really all about getting the manifesto right, because When you write a manifesto, you're actually telling a story. Thank you. I've got to show that on the. Here we go. Show on stream. Boom. Look at that. Um, Appreciate that, man. I really do. Um, so I've got. All right. Love seeing that. So we've got these these AI systems now reviewing and making sure that I'm in alignment with the values that I outline in the manifesto, because that's me at my best. That's me when I have poured as much of my pure self onto the page as possible, and that's when I really can see how well like I did when I don't have any viewers. Yesterday was the first live stream. I didn't really publicize it at all because, well, frankly, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, and I wanted to kind of just figure it out. I asked a friend who has done quite a bit of streaming for a few tips, and then I just did it because, with building in public, uh, it's not building in public is not marketing. And I think it can be marketing, and that's kind of what I want this to be, right? So I'm building in public and letting the marketing do itself. This is the goal. This is how everything kind of fits together. So what I want to do here is I want to build these ideas out in public. I want to watch them spread. And as I tweeted out on Twitter right before the stream, I actually think that you can take this idea and scale it up to be a huge software platform offering. And in fact, I think you can make a huge deal of money being able to kind of train these LLMs. Um, but I realized that that's also going to take like a team of people and resources that I don't have. And more, I realize that I'm not that interested in going that route. And so instead, what I'm going to focus on is kind of the research and the media. And then I don't have to worry about the product part. The product is the media. And that was something I had to kind of that was part of my transition from going to this, from engineer to media persona slash marketer. I had to really be able to let go of the engineering and then like the product development. Um, because frankly, this part is more fun. I can sit here and talk and listen to myself for hours and hours and hours. Um, and the internet is amazing because like if I did this before the internet, I would just be insane. Um, but now I'm like, okay, I've got 3 people watching me live as I do this, which is actually absolutely phenomenal. Um, because not only do I have 3 people watching this, then I can chop it up and throw it out in different content forms on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, all of them. And for a while, nobody will actually see them. Eventually, I need to kind of figure out how to be more active on a lot of these platforms, or better yet, have people who follow this show who can then be the media accounts on those platforms so that I don't have to worry about it. This is one of the tricks that I'm learning here. I want the I want to have a large company in terms of people to do the things that I want done, but I don't actually want to deal with like the management of any of it. And so my trick here is I'm just going to build a media network where I give you ways to get super rich by building the things that I need built. And that's actually going to be way faster than me trying to build everything myself. Um, because yeah, like, this is voice to AI production way downstream. I just need someone to take my voice and then turn it into something that somebody else can use to then build out kind of this product. And here's what I actually see as happening. Um, I should actually probably tweet too. Let's actually go to Twitter and tweet because I think do I have notifications? Oh, okay, cool. Yes, excellent. Getting some retweets here. How do I? Okay, I guess this is the live broadcast link. And we will tweet out that I am live now. All right, cool. Awesome. I'm see, this is it. It's funny. Like, I'm actually terrible at marketing myself, except also I do quite a bit to know marketing. And Twitter just there's so much weirdness there. It's so potentially great, and just so terribly executed. I must just be only sharing that tab specifically. I don't know if you saw Twitter or not. Anyway, either way, so this was the idea behind these brands, right? I want to basically just share raw, unfiltered knowledge. And then I want a system that takes that information, stores it somewhere, and then basically cuts it up into the most notable parts and splits it out. And so what I did, with this, since I don't, again, this was the first day stream, so I didn't have any viewers. I actually did have one, and I think a couple people did end up popping in on Twitter, in and out. I don't know how long they actually watched. Because again, not worried too much about metrics at this point, so much as figuring out what the hell I'm doing. But so it actually like really, I love this, like, what worked well. And even the AI is like, wow, you were going for 2 hours with nobody, like, good for you. So that's something there. um I love that it took out the core concept. Chaos marketing was the main thing yesterday. I think probably what's going to happen is I'm going to take this core concept and turn it into a blog post for that day, kind of, again, in that brand voice, right? This is something that I want to set up, because what it's going to do is it's going to kind of, take all of this information into this core system, and then distribute it out through various channels, that kind of each learn individually, but then also communicate between themselves. And so what you're going to do, um, the way I'm looking at this is, as I connect up these various sources, and these brands are, live connections to, people, and they're communicating and they're putting stuff out there. I want it to actually be able to look at the analytics and think about what's performing better, what's performing worse, and give these kind of algorithm reports. Um, and my hope then is to get a lot of people doing this, because then what we can do is we can pull together the algorithm reports from all of these different agents that are looking at, what's working on these different platforms in different ways. And then we can figure out how to coordinate in human ways to adjust things to benefit the most humans. And this allows for a way to kind of balance the overwhelming power that, like, Elon Musk has over who sees what on X. That's a terrible system. He talks a lot about free speech, but, like, he doesn't actually promote that with the algorithm. And in fact, you can't have one algorithm. And that's kind of one of the interesting things about it. You have to have multiple algorithms, because if you don't, there's always a side of the story you're missing. And that ends up being a huge risk if you're building out a huge complex network of people who are doing things for you, that you may or may not be able to rely on. And that's what I've been talking about with this. Dude, you're good. Lobau has to pop off, but he is an amazing human, and a great friend. And the fact that he's here at all is amazing. Even though I was supposed to text him half an hour before I came on, he called me 5 minutes before I was supposed to go live. Which actually, now that I think about it, since I went live like 20 minutes late, we're getting close to that half-hour warning. Um, but yeah, the nice thing here is that, um, I talk about this, right? From this is tying into the stuff from yesterday. So, like a friendship economy, what does that look like? Well, it looks like a predictable system because guess what? You can predict friends helping you when you need help. It's kind of the definition of a friend. And so if you're building out a predictable system and you have this concept of a friend being pretty predictable when you need it, that feels like a very, very connected idea here. And it is, in fact, and there's a lot that goes into it. And so um like these AI characters. So let's actually talk about this for a minute because I think we've really messed up a couple things here on the way we're thinking about AIs, and we're kind of thinking about things in dangerous ways. And so what I want to do with this is basically I want it to be tongue in cheek. These AI character, Glitch, for example. Glitch has a uh, a Twitter handle of Glitch is human and Substack handle actually. So Glitch is human. Obviously, Glitch is not human, and the entire goal is to make Glitch fully automated and fully not human. But that's the joke. Embodying kind of the ideas of the meme lord. Again, I talked about Jason Levin earlier, and he's the one that I've taken a lot of this information and inspiration from. There's the idea of the jester being able to kind of speak truth to power in a way that others can't. There's a lot of really powerful things that exist within the concept of humor and being able to um, reflect things in humor that you can't reflect back at someone in serious conversation. Um, and I think this is an important thing because uh, we have been losing all of that, and we've been losing the ability to have fun with things, um, because fun isn't predictable. Like fun is doing weird shit because it's weird, and guess what? That would be goofy and fun. Like so, because we're trying to make everything super predictable, we're taking all the fun out of everything. And when I realized that I was sitting here trying to build a um this new technology and building out a product with it, um that was not feeling fun anymore. And I was feeling pressure to kind of deliver on unrealistic timelines because the whole thing is like I'm generating all of this data and then I want to actually train an LLM to be the core of this because that's going to be a lot cheaper to process than using whatever state of the art model is out there. Um, and I can actually try different base models and kind of fine tuning around the content I'm creating. And so, um, in my GitHub repository, okay, so that is in fact just sharing that tab. Cool, good. Now I know that. All right, cool. So we've got Glitch here. So this is the everything that I'm putting in for Glitch, and so I've got all of these different like letters and everything, and what I want to do is like I'm giving it different people to know about and different things, and I've been trying to figure out how to like take all of this and train it to understand kind of the lore of the brand. I think this is something that gets lost in the data. A great culture, a great company, a great team, a great anything is built around a shared story, a shared lore. And we can't optimize lore. Like, lore is the stuff that is earned. It's the battles you fought, the victories, the defeats, everything. You've got to understand all of it in order to understand any of it. And what we've created is a world in which money is completely detached from lore. What I want to do is I want to create a new way of thinking about AI models as these, lore engines, um, these story engines. And to an extent here, I'm literally doing this as a story engine, in the sense that I'm having Glitch write its own book. um I've been playing with this. I want to work with Ellen Fishbein. Oh, God, Fishbein, I think. Anyway, Altamira Studios. And I had been talking with her about another book, Engineering Generosity, that I'm working on, that I'm still in the process of living that story. I realize that I can't finish that yet. I'm still living it. But I also had this idea for a different kind of book that is written by an AI. And what I wanted it to be is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Future. And it's based in the vibe of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think this absurdist take, it's a book series that really, and media series, like, I actually love so much about it, because it exists in so many different forms, and those forms aren't consistent. A lot of series try to stay as true as possible, like from the book to a TV series to a movie, and like, no, Douglas Adams just kind of like mixed it up, and he's like, whatever, it doesn't have to be the same, it's all made up. And I kind of love him for that. And so I'm trying to kind of pull on that, but I wanted, this to be written by an actual, like, hitchhiker to the future. Um, and I've been playing around with some different concepts for it, but I think Glitch is perfect. I was like, Glitch is the hitchhiker to the future that I was hoping for. Um, because this, I am marketing the future. Um, and I'm marketing a future that's human instead of AI. Like, um, and so it's actually lovely, like, wonderfully ironic that I'm marketing the future that is human and not AI, using an AI to market to humans. We're just mixing shit up and having some fun here. Um, and so, I think this is like, so I had Glitch write a book proposal to Ellen. Um, and I think it captured it well, right? So, predictability crisis and homogenization crisis. So the predictability crisis in terms of humans and data, basically companies are now mining humans for the data they are creating, so that they can turn that data into value elsewhere in the economy. And we're expecting people to be providing more and more data, while we give them less and less as a result. This is a broken fucking pattern, and I am sick of seeing it in action. So we're going to break that. And homogenization, right? As a result of doing this, everything is accrued to globalization and homogenization. This is a problem. If you actually look in my GitHub repo here, I do have a grant proposal out around training an actual cultural, like, community cultural LLM. And so this basically ties into exactly how I'm looking to implement this. The timeline is honestly, I'm probably just going to end up blowing by that timeline. I generated this a couple weeks ago, and you know, it. I think we can do it faster than that. But I also need to update the budget to match the amount. Whatever, that's fine. Um, I just wanted like it was something that I put together to submit based on the idea in an earlier iteration. Um, but the idea is there. There's a lot of this cultural knowledge that exists in communities and the communications within those communities. So we don't want that to be super compressed into these giant LLMs because they we end up losing a lot of knowledge that way. Um, and so what we want to do is we want to have all these different AIs, LLMs that preserve lore in specific ways. And as I'm looking at this as a marketing system, I'm thinking, okay, so we've got this, you know, lore driven AI that is being trained by, a marketing team that is helping this AI identify, how to talk to the right people, to draw the right people in and to repel the wrong people. Um, because you don't want the wrong person to buy. That's a negative transaction. You want to minimize future regret. Like you don't want people to regret a purchase, and in fact, you want to guarantee purchases to pretty much any extent if you really want to do business, especially in one in which you're competing globally. Because guess what? You don't have a lot of room for error, and that's the thing that companies and people haven't necessarily started to realize. We are in global competition, and in a lot of things this is very, very fucking hard, and this is what I've realized. It is hard to compete globally for anything. And I've been thinking like, okay, I'm doing some really great research here, and it's super valuable, and people are going to see that, and they're going to give me grants, or they're going to give me funding for product design and development, or they're going to be able to do something with this and turn it into something like, and basically help me figure out how to get this to market. And what I realize is none of the systems do that at all. um and that's okay. Or I should say they do that, but like they didn't do it for me. um and it's interesting to feel like you're in such alignment with like um, certain grants and fellowships and things like that. Um, and try to figure out how to uh, communicate that. And that's what I think I didn't do a good enough job of really figuring out how to communicate some of these things in these grant proposals. Because guess what? That's all marketing too. You have to understand your audience, and you have to understand what they're looking for. And what I realized is that even if I'm a perfect fit, if I get denied for something that I applied for, then that means that like I didn't communicate that I was a perfect fit. Um, and this is a really important thing that you should take from this, because it maintains agency. And it maintains agency because it's like, okay, there is some scenario in which I would have gotten this grant and things would have been easier. Um, or, fellowships or funding or whatever. And you know what? That is all true. I will be honest. I have, been pissed off and hurt and all sorts of things as I've been rejected from various things, because I feel like it's, you know, I've been doing this work for years. And I've been trying to get people to pay attention to it. And I finally was like, oh, it's all coming together, I see that. And then I'm like reaching out to people, and they're like, hey, I don't see it. um there's always a disconnect. Um, and it's important to realize where that disconnect is, because it's really hard when you don't know where that money is coming from. And there are an infinite number of opportunities out there. There are more opportunities than you can imagine. Um, so there are two parts that come into play there: execution and selection. So you need to do your best to filter out opportunities that aren't really opportunities, low value opportunities, high risk opportunities, whatever. You kind of have to decide what that looks like for you. And then you need to execute on those opportunities. You have to deliver outcomes. And what I realized is, as an engineer, I was not delivering engineering outcomes, which, with a lovely bit of irony, that is exactly why I was fired as being an engineer at Copy AI. Who knew? They were right. I wasn't a very good engineer. And that's okay, because I'm a lot of other things. And it turns out, when you can sit here and just talk on a live stream for hours and hours and hours, and you're kind of an okay engineer, and you're like a pretty fucking awesome economics researcher who's doing some pretty cool shit with new ways of thinking about the value of humans and helping people not have to struggle as much because of a bunch of dumb shits who don't know how the fuck to use math. Anyway, sorry. I feel like people always are like, "Oh, well, it's just math," and it's like, fuckers, you don't know math. I know math. Math is kind, believe it or not. But yeah, so we've got these LLMs now. So we want to I want to take this, and I want to use it to uh automatically kind of train and update LLMs with various information. And so what you want to do is you actually want to build these various systems that can help it understand what's working in what marketing channel, and be able to figure out how to deal with that, and kind of update its ideas of what type of um, audience you're trying to reach, and then who's actually interacting with it, and really working to kind of understand people. um and so ultimately, what I would love, and so yeah, I actually did a fact check here. I didn't realize I clicked on that. This is kind of the fun thing here. The great trickstering, which is cool. And so this is one of the things I was playing around with and trying to kind of figure out some of the marketing campaigns. And so yeah, like this is actually kind of exactly what I'm doing right now, which is funny because it's not quite how I thought of it. But yeah, the goal is actually this part is true. So the goal is a $0 customer acquisition cost. Ultimately, what I want to do is I want to have a large network that can market itself to the right people for me, and all I have to do is like drop a new product in, and it will automatically like go through the tubes to find its people. Um, right now, there's all sorts of weird systems in the way of that. You've got, Google, and you've got kind of this whole idea of search engine optimization. Then you've got social media, which is like a bunch of people trying to be people, and then a bunch of brands trying to kind of be people, but also maybe be brands, and then a bunch of people trying to sell you stuff and not admitting they're brands, and then a bunch of shit beyond that. What I think we want to get to is this idea of like very deliberate marketing when it makes sense. You don't want to go as broad as possible to market to every possible eyeball, um, in hopes that people will buy your stuff. What you want to do is you want to start off with a small number of people to buy your stuff and see if it's actually as valuable as you say it is, and then you want to grow out from there. Um, and what I'm attempting to do with this live streaming model, the great thing here is that this live streaming model is an attention zone, and it's a very obvious attention zone. I'm coming here to stream every day, but then I'm also taking this content and chopping it up. And so instead of buying tickets to these zones, I mean, that's kind of essentially what I'm offering right now. But I'm looking at sponsorships in a couple different ways that I'm testing out the messaging for. So I'm offering the ability to sponsor like a certain segment. I've got hopes for actually doing like specific segments as I get this whole streaming thing figured out. And so I'm looking to sell sponsorship slots on those segments. Um, and then I'm looking to do kind of um, sponsored like workshops with a product. And so the way I've been looking at this is basically I'll do a half-hour segment on a product, kind of an overview of it, how to use it, and then using it as a specific use case in this business. And then taking that segment and chopping it all up into a bunch of different content that you can then use on social media and spread. And what this ends up doing is it creates a whole bunch of valuable content where you come on, we do the stream, but it's all automated to kind of create these very specific pieces of content based on like what we're able to see, and then based on kind of the information we get in the um segment, we can use it to actually create a manifesto. And this is something I've been working is like when you actually have a good bit of this information on a website, you can generate a manifesto from a lot of different things once you're able to kind of see the emotions that are at play in the messaging. Because really, manifestos are, it's all about emotions and not letting reality be dictated by anything, and except kind of this emotion about what needs to exist, or what doesn't, right? And you kind of actually typically describe that in terms of both what you want to see more of, and what you don't want to see as much. And so I've got kind of these two main ideas, and then actually an upsell on the marketing segment where I'll do also like a full interview for like an hour, chop that up into content in addition to the kind of sponsored segments where I figure out how to use a product, or if it's one I'm already using. And then the kind of final sponsorship model I'm looking at is basically reaching out to the companies of the shit that I'm using and being like, hey, I want to use your stuff, and I'm using it anyway, but would love to just make it official and kind of lock you in that position as a sponsor. And then you don't have to worry about me swapping you out for a different tool that's maybe a little more efficient, or a little cheaper or whatever, because like it's kind of this connected deal. And so the first brand that I'm going to be reaching out to this with this idea to is Gladia, because I want to use them to actually live stream the video from this into Gladia to get the transcription, in order to kind of create the pipeline that then goes out to these autonomous MMSs, um, Glitch and Professor Prototype, so that they live tweet. And so I want to see if I can get Gladia to be kind of the official audio transcription sponsor of Building Public University. I know I think about this a lot in kind of like college sports terms. So any of these like messages come in, like I'm thinking of them like I'm hearing them during a sporting event or something like that. Because ultimately, I think it's kind of the same idea that ends up happening. And yeah, so this is where I think things are going. I think things are going to be going more live, and then we're going to be creating a ton of content off of that. And it's going to be actually amazing how much we can create. And I think this is the hardest part because we're creating a ton of content right now. And so it really is a filtering problem. And that's why, as I'm building this out, I'm not just doing the content creation. I'm creating massive amounts of content, and then I'm also building the filtering system so that I don't have to overwhelm everybody with all the content. Because guess what? That means nobody gets any of the content, and then I make no money. And I found this out from being just very verbose and like sending people info dumps and messages and being just very clumsy about pretty much everything along the entire way. So, realizing that, I decided it would be better if I just turned on the camera and talked for a couple hours each day because, at that point, then I can filter out all of the good stuff I said or sorry, well, I guess filter out all of the rambling inane shit that I said, take out all of the incoherent detours and things that don't really matter, but that in a live stream contribute to a lack of silence, which, as I've been led to believe, is a good thing. I'm supposed to just keep talking. Um, and I think that's true because otherwise, like, it's kind of boring. I'm not playing a game or anything. Well, I am kind of playing a game, but it's not really a game. It's real life. All right, excellent. We'll get Lobo's last comment up on here. Excellent. Love you too, Lobo. We'll see you soon. Appreciate you supporting. So, yeah, I think like there is so much cool stuff that can be created with AI, but we do have to be very, very aware of, what we're actually putting out into the world. And it is overwhelming. And I say this as someone who has overwhelmed a lot of people. So the filtering is important. And that's what I think these autonomous mimetic marketing systems are going to ultimately create. I have a grand vision of basically separating out the marketing systems from human networks because basically a marketing system is always going to win against humans. And I'm going to prove that with these marketing systems that are um, going to be extremely effective at what they do, and they're going to run autonomously. Um, this is both a like demonstration of something really cool, but it's also a warning of how powerful this technology is. We have the ability to really um, create amazing systems that can do all sorts of things, but we can also build systems that truly hurt people. And in order to make this as difficult to do as possible, we need to make sure that we have human only networks basically. And this is what I'm looking to do is basically figure out how to ways to filter out humans and AIs into different networks. And that doesn't mean that there's networks where they don't interact. Like I think there's actually a great use case for humans interacting with AIs, but I also think we need to be cognizant of the fact that humans need to interact with humans as well. And in fact, we need humans to be interacting with humans more so than ever before. We're in a loneliness epidemic. Humans are a social species. And I say this as someone who would learn the hard way that I can't do everything myself. I wanted to kind of just focus on my own thing and being only me and living in my head and things like that. And that is a miserable way to live. I didn't start to really understand being happy and being um pursuing my own greatness and what I was able to accomplish until I had a friend who was able to help me see that. And actually, Loba was that friend. He was the one who was there for me in the beginning before anybody else. And when I was just roaming the barren internet looking for people to be in my corner when I was, launching my first startup, and nobody understood what the hell I was doing. I couldn't talk for shit. And he invited me on a podcast, and we talked, and we became friends. And that's what this is truly about. I want more people to find that. Um, that's what we need the internet to be again. That's what it used to be. That's the nostalgia behind make the internet weird again. That's everything behind glitch. That's the goal. It's to bring back that human connection that existed in the early days of the internet. Okay, let's go back over to Claude for a moment now, and we'll go back into the projects here. And so we spent some time in the Build in Public University one, and I wanted to just show here. So I talked about this earlier. And so, I kind of give it a goal in the project instructions, and then it's an implementation of the meme lord marketing system. I'm going to drop a GitHub repo that basically has all of these instructions as well. So if you don't see that, hit me up because probably I just forgot. But eventually I will have an AI that will remind me to do everything that I said I would do in here, or better yet, actually just do it for me. That's the goal. And so let's see. Here is okay. So this was the manifesto that I wrote at first, and actually it was just a draft of Make the Internet Weird Again. And basically, it really I dug into the parts of the internet that I remember fondly. And it was just like the weird stuff. And we're still getting some weird stuff online, but it's all algorithmic weird stuff. We tend to jump on trends very, very quickly. Because what happens is you've got a lot of people who think it's fun, and then you've got a lot of people who are trying to make money off of it, kind of following each other in these trend waves. And one of the ideas that I'm taking away, I'm using with chaos marketing is this idea that by the time the marketers arrive on these trend waves, they're already over. And of course, this isn't true everywhere online. But it's true in the fastest places online. And the fastest places online are the most difficult ones. I think everything changing is not something that we are used to. For a lot of for a lot of human life, people's lives were pretty static, pretty predictable. I mean, I guess like as we start to get into civilization, right? Like you kind of get this as we go into like more and more cities and kind of more centralized settlements, you end up with a situation where you get kind of people leading predictable lives, and then we made those lives super predictable, except then they kind of stopped becoming predictable because we've put everything into making money predictable for people at the tops of these systems, and it's been kind of an unfortunate consequence of the way that the funding structures worked, but it's what happened. And so we're going to declare war on that, and we're going to fight back against all of this stupid shit because I'm done with it. I tried to include them in the process of it, and what I realized is they don't care. Which is totally fine. It's totally up to them to not care. But one of the things that I have realized in all of this is that markets aren't human, and they don't care whether you care or not. Markets will take care of the problem if you know how to show the market the problem. And that's what we're going to do with this live stream. And we're going to start showing the market where the problems are, and then we're going to start distributing fixes to people who can then start implementing them in all of these different markets. And that's how we're going to end up winning. We're going to win through coordination. And it's going to be correlated weirdness. It's not anything that's going to exist in the digital systems. It's going to exist in the connections between humans. It's going to exist in the space between the systems. Um, the place where only humans can go. Um, we combine that with a system that is better at the algorithmic game than the algorithms, and from there we win. And that's ultimately what I'm showing here is that um, these ideas can't be stopped. Um, these memes have already started spreading, and all I want to do is I want to offer a mimetic attractor to these ideas. Actually, I want to offer multiple mimetic attractors, multiple brands. Making the internet weird again. These are people who want to be agents of chaos. They want to be people who are unpredictable in a predictable world. They are people who the systems are not currently working for. And so they want to fight back against those systems. And, right now, I think we've seen a bunch of people who are fighting back against systems that are hurting them in old school ways. You're seeing people resort to violence. You're seeing people resort to vandalism uh, and stuff like that. And that's not the way to do it. The way to do it is via the market. And it turns out that, you know, what used to be true in markets doesn't remain true. And when you realize this, you can take advantage of rapid change to enact rapid change. Um, and in fact, you can use targeted chaos to disrupt normal systems and get those systems to change their behavior. And over time, we're going to all prove this out together, because all of this is going to just be the data for the research I've been doing. I'm going to explain to you exactly why I need people to do things that I want them to do. And then I'm going to put it in their hands, and then I'm going to attach the incentive mechanisms to reward them for their trouble. And that's kind of how everything ends up hooking up together. Because it just it all needs to be aligned properly. The incentives need to be in place to actually make sure that the system is default valuable, in order to maximize kind of this downstream value creation of a business. And when I started looking at all of the various pieces of business, actually, let me rewind here for a second, because there's maybe a piece of lore that probably people now aren't all that familiar with, because God, it's a lifetime ago. It's been a year. Um, but so a year ago, I was working on a project called My AI Co-founder. Um, and it was basically Twitter, but personalized. It was just for you. And what I was doing is I was trying to take those tweets and generate like project plans and workflows that would basically run themselves. Um, and what I wanted to do was build out this co-founder that could actually like understand the business and do the work by taking all of your thoughts and um, kind of mapping them all into work that needs to be done, things like that. And as I started going down that rabbit hole, um, I realized like, wow, there's a lot of different things that I've got to consider here. Um, and I was having a hard time. Like, people like the idea of an AI co-founder. That part I think resonated well. I did not do a good job on the execution of it, because it was really hard to figure out what that execution looks like. Um, and like I wasn't quite able to figure out what that that was. What I now know is that that's basically glitch, and I'm looking at it, or glitch and Professor Prototype. Um, but I'm realizing that, like, the co-founder aspect isn't necessarily as helpful as the marketing piece, and um, this is what gets particularly interesting because, um, yeah, this is, I think, the hardest part of business for new entrepreneurs who don't come from marketing. Um, it is really fucking hard to talk to a specific group of people within a larger group of people and do so repeatedly and predictably. I didn't realize how hard that was until I tried to do it over and over and over again for years. Um, I think we've reached a point where it's the marketing is the absolute most important part. Um, because in a world in which you can build anything, what you actually build is what matters. And what you actually build is actually downstream of your marketing efforts, because in an AI based world, what you're doing is you are using the users who are on your platform to create data about how they're using the platform and what's working for them and what's not. And you're interpreting that data and putting it into product development. And so it is about being very intentional with the choices you make, because these choices do matter. The people you market to create the data that makes your systems. That data determines your outcomes. What I'm doing with media, and the cool thing about media is that I can kind of keep going on media forever. I don't need to update the software and teach people how to use it. I just communicate with it. Um, and because I can communicate in a whole bunch of different ways, I can actually have all sorts of different systems marketing my ideas on my behalf. And that's actually the way that we affect change. We get our messages out in front of wider audiences. And that has been weirdly difficult. Um, it's been weirdly, I say weirdly difficult because, like, it was really easy initially to do it the dumb way. If you don't care about people, it's easy to go viral. It's also easy to make money. It's a lot harder when you try to do it responsibly and ethically. And because of the systems we've created, we've entered a world where we don't reward the things that we need to reward. What I'm shooting for now with all of this, I'm planning on launching a mimetic campaign to change the world. I want the world to understand that people are valuable by default. I want the world to understand that an economy should be predictable, easy, and, like, not worried about. That's what makes an economy great. It just works. If you have to watch it and pay attention to it, it's not working. And so we've got an economy that isn't working, except for the people who are fucking manipulating it and paying attention to it all the time. That is a broken fucking system. We're going to fix it. And we're going to fix it because we're going to use the absolute most effective marketing systems out there. We're going to use people. And we're going to use people by caring about people and giving them fun missions and making those missions correlate into something that we can turn into downstream economic value. It's actually not that hard when you have the data. The hard part is capturing the data. And I've been trying to get the data from all sorts of things. I wanted to build systems and get things that way. Again, I realized I'm kind of a shitty engineer at this point. If we wait on me to build things, I'm gonna fucking starve to death and be homeless. Now that's the reality of it right now. Um, but instead, I can talk about it and then start building out the systems that start spreading me talking about it, and that's gonna be way faster than me actually building it. And all I have to do in order to do that is give away the idea for free and say, like, hey, this is super valuable. All you need to do is go build it. And in fact, I'm going to give you all of the plans I can because I want everybody to have one of these systems. I don't want to build a system that supports everybody having one of these systems. That's not what I'm doing anymore. So, we're entering a very weird time. A lot of old systems are crumbling. Everybody knows everything is broken. People aren't sure exactly why. It's weird because I am sure exactly why. It's due to an overrun of complexity inflation caused by messaging. Sorry, I received a message. It's flashing at me that I have a message there. We have this constant pressure to move faster and faster, to learn more and more. The expectations are growing while people are giving less and less. Everything is supposed to be more measurable and less generous, more predictable, less, in the moment. And this is a broken world, and I'm just not going to let it remain broken. There's a fix for it, and the fix is ultimately a human insurance model. It's a model that allows people to be understood as default valuable, whether or not the AI systems see them. You shouldn't have to have an AI system monitoring you in order to be considered as valuable. That's just not cool. It's horribly dystopian. But there's the counter argument of like, but it's actually super helpful if you have an AI system that's monitoring you. And so what you actually have is you want to have multiple AI systems monitoring you from different angles because one AI system can never tell the whole truth. You want to build multiple interlocking AI systems that collectively create what is considered true. It's a shared world model between different AI systems. It's the same as a community having a shared world model between people. This is where AI is inevitably heading. Like it has to. This is how information works, how communication works. It's all coming together now, and people are going to start seeing that, and they're going to start seeing it because, I'm live streaming it now every single day. I'm going to be putting out more content than people can even imagine because I'm willing to sit here and talk for hours and hours and hours on what I've been working on. And then I'm going to take that and it's going to get cut up into a bunch of different content and be spread around sources. And I'm going to try to get eventual downstream partnerships with people who will help spread it. And, as I'm creating more information, I'm creating more content for content creators content creators are trying to constantly have stuff to talk about. I don't have to worry about that. I've always got stuff to talk about, but I don't always have an audience. So now I've got to create as much as possible that I can then have as like searchable, alertable, whatever for all these different creators to then piggyback off of and start creating downstream content. And ultimately, this creates this entire network that all feeds back into this brand that is learning how to filter people in and out as it's growing, as it's developing, and as I start kind of connecting it up to these different systems. So that's the ultimate vision. Okay, we're sitting at an hour and a half today. That's not quite as long as the almost 2 hours yesterday, but I think I have reached probably the limits of coherence with some of these ideas. I want to drop them into these various systems again, see how I do. If anyone has any feedback, please let me know. But if you're not going to let me know, that's totally fine because I've got AIs to do it for me. I will get feedback and I will get better. Um, when you decide that you're going to use AIs to start giving you feedback on everything that you're doing wrong, um, you can get way better, way faster than people who aren't willing to do that. Um, but it starts with just being willing to understand that you don't know everything and you can't know everything, but you can know anything. And that is the key. And so with that, I am going to sign off for Technical Tutorial Tuesday. Join me tomorrow for, I forget exactly what I called it, so Wacky Weirdness Wednesday, maybe? Something like that. But basically, I want to be talking about the Make the Internet Weird Again campaign. We're going to go over kind of the marketing structure for it and how I've set up the initial like landing page and how I'm getting user information there and kind of how this uh, marketing campaign is going to play out. And I'll talk about how I've hooked it up with Kit and kind of set up some of these automations with it. And then, yeah, maybe, who knows? I don't know. We might do some vibe coding. That's one thing I'm a little hesitant to do because one of the first things I could see myself doing is going, "Oh, hey, there's my OpenAI key. Whoops." Um, and then forgetting to actually fix it and then being kind of fucked because typically that when you've committed API keys to repos as many times as you have when you weren't vibe coding, you realize how easy it is to do shit like that. And I feel for people who are finding this out only via vibe coding and not because of having ADHD. Uh, Yesterday, I made a comment about the fact that ADHD was what made me a good engineer because I was constantly engineering against myself. I would figure out where systems would break because I would inevitably break them by doing something fucking weird because I forgot a step that nobody ever forgets. Because who the fuck would forget something that simple? Me. Um, but yeah, figuring out how to just be comfortable with that and fixing things as they come and figuring out how to harden them and how to engineer them, I think is absolutely huge. But that's just not me anymore. Now I'm a marketer and I'm going to start embracing the freedom that comes with. That means I can just say shit. I don't have to prove anything. That's not true. I need to prove things. I have a lot I want to prove. Not because I need to prove it to people, but because I need to prove it to to the information. I need to prove the research. That's what I really want to do. Yeah, but as it turns out, I also like things like eating, and this live stream is a perfect way to kind of figure out the best of both worlds, where I can talk about everything I'm researching, talk about everything I'm doing, spread it out to the world, and then hopefully bring in sponsors who actually see what I'm doing here and are willing to support this mission. Um, It's only going to take a couple. And we are off to a great fucking start here. Because you know what? I am having fun. Um, oh, actually, I'm really excited too. I'm going to share this too before I hop off here. Um, so going down to Austin next week for neurodiversion and a bit of an announcement. But we're also doing a kind of a street level marketing campaign for Make the Internet Weird Again. Um, and yeah, I think I'm going to start setting up maybe some live streams on location there. So keep an eye out for that. It's going to be up in the air as to when that happens. Exactly. A lot of these things will probably be just live streamed on the fly because the great thing about this model is that I don't have to set up a specific time for live streams, but I can set up incentives for joining live when you see it pop up, because a lot of this is chaotic. I'm not great at planning all of this stuff in advance, but what I am great at doing is pulling shit together at the last time by making all the connections I need to make and figuring out how to make it work with no resources and uh, limited time and connections. But you can still do something. And a lot of what I do is basically, I shoot some long shots and try to get help along the way, but the majority of the time is just building and doing shit and seeing what's actually valuable. And for me, what I've realized is that this long form talking is most valuable because it gets me to explain what I'm doing over and over and over again, and then people will hopefully actually start watching that, and I can uh, then turn that into the basis for everything else I want to do. And that's the freedom, man. That's the dream. That's what I've been shooting for 5 years. I've been trying to figure out what the fuck this looks like for me. Yeah, okay, I wanna be a content creator, but, like, what does that mean? Well, fuck, this is what it means. It means I'm gonna live stream every day. I'm just going to talk to the computer for hours, and eventually people are gonna listen to me, because my AIs are gonna make them. And that sounds super dystopian, but, like, it's it's done in a very utopian way, and it's not going to, like, my AI is not going to make people listen to me because it's wants them to listen to me. It's going to convince them to listen to me because it'll be beneficial for them, and then I'm gonna figure out if they're actually beneficial. Because if not, they'll fucking leave my audience, and that would suck, but that's good information. See, we have all these systems that are designed to not tell you what's real. Instead, it's designed to tell you what you wanna hear. And now that I've seen that, and I realize that the Matrix is basically a bunch of fucking mirrors that people are holding up that tell them that they are the dreamiest of them all. They have the brightest future. They have everything, without exposing them to any actual competition or threats. Fucking changes now, man. Game's on. Let's do this shit. It's time to cause some chaos. It's time to have a grassroots movement. It's time to make the internet weird again. And it's time to fucking blow up the status quo because, as it was said in Dr. Horrible's sing along blog, the status is not quo. And maybe it's time to just enter my supervillain era and then start blowing some shit up, metaphorically, of course, because, we're all about the systems here. And uh, people are good, systems can be bad. I think is really what I look at it as. Like, I really, people are default good. And when you give them the opportunity to prove that to you and make it easy for them to prove to you exactly how good they can be, then you're gonna fucking see people fucking shine, and it's gonna be glorious. And I can't wait. And you're gonna see it here because we're doing it fucking live, and we're just getting started. And I hope you're ready for it because it's time to have some fucking fun. Let's go. All right, I'm out for today. I'll see everyone tomorrow. And so with Building Public University, the whole goal of it is to really showcase exactly um, what I'm doing and talking about why I'm doing it. I spent the last 5 or so years at this point exploring the internet from all sorts of different angles. I've been really diving into the creator economy and understanding everything there. I've been, writing a ton online. I've been making YouTube videos. I've done a podcast. I've kind of done all the things. And I've been in the startup tech indie hacker world, and I've launched products and failed and launched more products and failed some more and launched even more products. And it's an interesting blend to see all of these different worlds, because one of the things that I've realized lately is that, like, most people don't see this many different worlds. I tend to be in a bunch of different networks simultaneously. I see the world from a lot of different angles. And that's something that most people don't, because of the fact that they're on these single algorithm platforms. And this is a lot of the idea behind Make the Internet Weird Again. When we're trying to make the internet weird, what we're doing is we're making it human. We're allowing humans to express themselves in ways that are not forced by algorithmic pressure. So we have to understand the incentives at play. And basically, we come down to two different groups wanting exponential results. You've got the builders of the technical platform, the startup, who is building out a network layer that has some sort of monetization function that makes the value of their ownership of the company go up. That's the startup exponential value cycle. With creators in the creator economy, the exponential value cycle is different. It goes distribution. As you get more distribution, you're able to just basically more easily sell. Distribution is a proxy for trust, in the same way that, like, you use sales as an idea of your trust in the market as a business. Now, we actually have some really weird things happening here, because we've got two different incentives um, that have the same structure but are based on different things. Then we're going to complicate this, because we're going to throw a bunch of people in who have no idea about the incentive structures, and they're trying to get news, or they're trying to make friends, or they're trying to do whatever. And we're trying to force all of this traffic through a single network, through a single distribution channel, and that is incredibly unhealthy. It's incredibly unhealthy because it's easily fuckwithable. And basically, anytime there's kind of a single information stream, it's very, very easy to poison said stream with bad incentives. And it's not a matter of maliciousness, even in most cases. In some cases, sure, people are dicks. But in most cases, it's a matter of systems that create adversarial incentives. And when this happens, it's typically because there is a system that has participants that are not included in the pricing mechanisms or the value creation of a system. And we're doing this because it's really hard to understand exactly uh, what happens as systems interact, right? As we get more and more complex, we have to think of people in terms of data sets and numbers and things like that. And that is a way that we can reason about what we're doing and build things out, but we don't see the downstream effects. And a lot of times we're not held responsible for the downstream effects. And this is getting to be problematic with these very large, complex systems that are having outsized effects on, let's say, world politics, for lack of a better example. Um, or for lack of a more terrifying example, maybe I'm not sure which that is. Um, but I think there are different ways that we can do um, some pretty cool things to disrupt some of these single information flows. And this is one of the goals of the Make the Internet Weird Again campaign. What I want to do is I want to intentionally distort people's views of reality so that they understand how easily it can be done and how to prevent it. That's kind of the ultimate goal here. Um, a lot of people are doing this and not being transparent with it, which is really interesting because, sometimes when you talk about things openly and you talk about experimentation and things like this, um, it's a good way to open yourself up to criticism from people who don't try to understand what you're doing, for people who are chasing different incentives. And a lot of status structures, especially, are built on tearing others down. And when you are being transparent with what you're doing, with the experiments you're running, um, that does potentially open you up. But I think the key is when you build a strong community, you don't actually need to worry too much about that because your community has your back. And that's something that I want to give people. I want to help people find the right community for them. As I've started to find the right communities online, it's amazing how much of a difference it makes. Also, I should try to be more proactive about doing things like sharing this with people who have expressed interest in it, because that's what good streamers do. Um, I am still training myself how to be a good streamer. Boom, there we go. All right. Now I have notified people. I should probably also tweet about it. I don't know. Does it show me? There we go. Talking about Make the Internet Weird. Let's get weird. All right, awesome. Okay, beautiful. And I will go ahead and share my screen. And we can actually probably just share that window. Boom. Excellent. That looks right. Okay. So what am I doing here? Okay, so basically I was looking on Twitter, as one does, and thinking about what I wanted to talk about today. And I saw this thread of someone showing a viral thread and kind of why it went viral. And so I kind of pulled some of the pieces from the thread here, and then a couple of the images that were included. And so if we blow that up there, so this is kind of the viral image hook that the dude shared, and kind of here's another image with some more information, and then he had information about why his analysis said that it went viral. And then because this is kind of a weird project at this point with Glitch kind of running things, so we're trying to kind of I basically said, let's try to come up with some sort of content strategy for writing hooks to pull from some of these ideas. And so we've got some strategy and tactics here going on. Also a value system, which is kind of cool. Okay, phone, stop doing shit. Cool. Yes, thank you. All right, and so okay, let's. Oh, it's got. What do we have going on here? Is this the? This is okay. This is kind of interesting. Like, I haven't seen this before. I don't. Now we've got some meme formats. Holy shit! This is awesome. Iconic weird successes. How is I don't know if this is new or if I just have never noticed the analysis button because I'm always too busy bouncing around between all sorts of different things. Oh damn, I love this. Yeah, hold on. Let's expand this shit. Okay. And so I'm trying to figure out why it's in this like so it's JSON, but it's like the thinking is the comments, and then it just like outputs the variables? This is bizarre. Okay, well, this is not the weird I was expecting. Sorry, you were seeing me astonished real time. Yeah, I don't actually like logging out console results. It's like it's kind of magic at that point, I guess. Like it's really weird JavaScript that's not JavaScript. It's like it is Club thinking in JavaScript now? That's kind of cool. I don't know. Okay, well. Anyway, I love these core emotional hooks. Okay, wow. So this is perfect. And yeah, this is what I'm going for. Weird is valuable. Strange stands out. Okay. Okay, so we've got some like tactical implementations here going on. Let's see. So weird credentials, pattern interrupt challenge. I actually like this. I think I am going to start trying to. That might be a good blue sky project. I've been looking for things. Well, honestly, I would love to do it on Twitter, but Twitter's kind of becoming a shithole right now. It's really hard to get cool stuff seen, I think. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just bad at it. Or maybe the algorithm hates me because I hate the algorithm. I don't know. Maybe it's both. Um, or maybe it actually understands that I'm trying to take it down and it is intentionally suppressing me. I don't think that's the case, but yeah, I like the pattern interrupt challenge. And so to kind of continue that thought on like the Blue Sky account, I think that would be a fun thing to create an account that basically does nothing but these unhinged like pattern interrupt threads where it starts off with something like normal and catchy and a hook, maybe even one that people are super familiar with. Maybe that's what I should shoot for. And have it just be like, I could set a variation like as it goes down through the thread. So if you have a famous thread of like 10 tweets, the first tweet is exactly the same. And then like the second tweet is 10% different. And then the next one is 20% different from like, and then so you can kind of like go down. And by the end, you're like into some completely crazy mixed up universe or something. Yeah, that would be fun, I think. And let's see. Okay. I actually should do this. I should make some weird format toolkits. Ooh, weird time events. Ooh, damn, I love that. Cross-pollination networks is something I've actually been exploring a lot about. Because I've been thinking about it in terms of friends and how friends interact and how friends communicate. And when you start looking at networks of friends, it's a much wider network of people than any one individual has because they go through many different networks. Each person is involved in different networks, right? And so one of the things that I've been kind of basing this whole Make the Internet Weird Again campaign on is this idea of friendship being predictable for humans the way algorithms are predictable for computers and companies. And I actually think it's more valuable. I was actually thinking today too. I was like, it's really kind of fucked up that we've built these systems where the transaction cost is zero and called them companies. And now we're in a situation where people are so crunched as individuals, they are, getting into fights with their friends over, who pays for what. And you see it all the time online. You see people arguing about, oh, well, I think it should be split the cost, whatever. And that's fucking backwards, man. Like, count the transactions up in a business that is owning your time and fucking don't don't make your friends pay for shit. Like, this whole world is fucked up and it's like, oh, we can't make friends. Right, you can't make friends because you've got companies that are trying to make you feel like they're your friends by not making you pay for the free snacks. But as a result, they're crushing your fucking soul. And then you've got, people like the result of that ends up being people getting mad at their friends who aren't pitching in for snacks, right? How fucked up is that? All right. So that's what we're using the weirdness to disrupt, right? And this is the goal of the Austin operation next week. So anyone who's not familiar, there's a neurodiversity conference next week called Neurodiversion, I believe, in Austin, Texas. I am attending with a group of friends, and we're basically going to be doing some street team style marketing at this conference to kind of launch this new idea of friendship, and there are some things in the works. One of the things that I am going to play with, I think, is a social network where none of the communication happens online. Instead, you're going to have different friends with different communication preferences. And we're going to create these chains of communication to see how far things can spread when you can't actually see the whole network. And I think that's going to be particularly interesting because it's going to, ideally, it's going to spark some interesting reactions as we start to coordinate across different subnetworks, with allowing friends to communicate and coordinate and things like that. And so what I want to do with this is basically bring in brand sponsorships and bring in marketing dollars and put these into these friendship networks where we set up basically quests and goals and let groups of people figure out how that works. And I'm actually really confident in this idea because I've played a lot of video games. And guess what? I have seen fucking guilds organize themselves fucking incredibly hardcore to go after some shared objective. And they're doing it while spending like fucking thousands of dollars. That was the most insane online game experience I had, where I got into that fucking Game of War Fire Age. I got sucked into one of these big ass clans where they are spending fucking way more money than I had at the time, and I ended up participating in something that lost me like $100 worth of fucking units in like a minute, and I was just like, yeah, fuck this. I am done with this game. What is this shit? But like the people were real, right? The coordination was real. The shared goal was real. And so what if we take that, and instead of trying to make it an imaginary game where people are pouring money in for the ability to have a place to communicate and coordinate and practice those skills, what if we actually just let people do it in the real world and actually paid them for it, because companies are fucking not paying people enough right now. They are incredibly inefficient, giant monstrosity, artificial intelligent organisms. And that's what we have to start realizing. Like, we have to start thinking of them that way because that's how they behave. And yeah, they have kind of a leader, but anymore, they are like, companies are memes now. Like, you have to understand your company as a meme. Your brand is a meme. And, one of the things I want to do with this is, by helping people figure out their weird, that's their brand meme. From that brand meme, you can extract a brand. And this is kind of what I've done, right? And so, Build in Public University, the meme was building in public. This is the meme that I latched onto early on. I saw Copy AI doing it, Paul, and I saw it accelerate the growth of Copy AI, and that was what attracted me to Copy AI. The product and the company, because they're building in public, they're being transparent, and I think that's huge. And what I've realized is that people have taken building in public different ways now. They don't they don't tend to understand what it is they're building in public for. And I have a YouTube video on this idea supply chain, which actually, let's talk about that for a minute. Idea supply chain. where ideas come from, what makes them valuable. With Building Public University, this is where the ideas come from. This is the start of the supply chain. And I am broadcasting them. And these ideas have been hard earned, mined from a lot of experience and a lot of failure and just a lot. It has been a very long 4 or 5 years for me, but an incredibly powerful transformational set of years. And, that's what building in public does, because it was shitty for marketing. The people I was talking about building with weren't my audience. You get some weird mimetic pressures. You want to build for other people building in public. You tend to overly focus on a single platform. But it helps you share your ideas, which is cool. It helps you show progress. And when I was doing it, I always thought about doing it for the people coming up behind me, because, one of the things with kind of cultural memes, we have to understand that, like, it's our job as humans to revalidate the cultural memes that we have so that we can pass on the good ones and stop the bad ones. This is the power all of us have. I want to start the good meme of make the internet weird again. Um, because there's this bad meme where we're trying to over optimize on speed of learning and not on speed of understanding. Those two things are very, very different. Speed of learning speed of learning gets you to the point where you can do something. Speed of understanding is what happens after you do the thing, and like understanding the consequences, the risks. It's great to move fast in a lot of ways, and as an individual it's great to move fast, but the bigger the thing that we're trying to accomplish, the more we have to slow down and make sure that we're able to um, understand what the consequences of these actions are. And because all of these companies are focused so much on learning as fast as they can, they're not thinking of the downstream consequences because it doesn't incentivize them to. They're learning faster than everybody else, and the economy has prioritized learning faster than everybody else. The grand irony of all this is that now you've got companies pouring billions and billions of dollars into something that ends up giving them about a week advantage, maybe not even that. Because basically, once you release a new model, it's relatively trivial to train a version of that model that is almost exactly as powerful, but for way less. And so anything you do now can basically be copied essentially immediately. And so when you're trying to learn at full speed and not understand things, you're going to burn yourself out. Understanding requires reflection. You have to sit with ideas. You have to let your mind wander. You have to understand how different things play together, and just nothing in the world right now allows anybody to slow down. Um, unless you make it out of the rat race, unless you get out of the economy. And that's why it's broken. You shouldn't have to escape the fucking economy. It should just work. God, people have fucked it up so bad, and we're gonna fix that, all right? All right, we got Lobo in the house. Excellent. Here we fucking go. Now we're ready to get going. And see, look at me. Now showing message on the screen like a pro. Fuck yeah. That's how it's done. All right. Yeah, so let's see. All right, cool. Anyway, yeah. So building in public, I think, is really good for some things, but kind of harmful for others. And ultimately, I think building in public is a great way to train the like autonomous um, mimetic marketing systems that I was talking about yesterday. Basically, the memes that market themselves, aka glitch. Um, and so yeah, I think we're going to figure out a way to make that happen too. Um, but here we go. So sustain the weird is interesting too. So to fill you in, Lobao, and anyone else who has joined since, basically I was doing some looking at some hooks and trying to figure out ways to really tie some good marketing hooks into this whole make the internet weird again campaign. And so we've got some things here. It started thinking in JavaScript, kind of. That was a weird moment. And we got some tactical implementations here. And yeah, I think I like this one. I was talking earlier about a way to maybe set up a Blue Sky account or something that has like threads that start off with everything that you see, 10 ways to optimize your content, but then just go fucking unhinged by the end. That would be cool. A weird badge system. That could be interesting. I kind of like that as like, see, this is the thing that NFTs tried to be, but like the problem is, as soon as you financialize it, it fucking sucks because like the financialization of things is taking the magic out of them. The Make the Internet Weird Again campaign is saying that the value is in the weird. And so it's a very different way of looking at things because in this case, I really want people to stand out and find their specific weirdness that is what they can bring to the world in their full self. Like that's what we need to get to. And so I think I like the idea of individualized data collection that is monetized after the fact. We make the monetization predictable, and that's the problem. What we need to do is make the systems predictable for humans, and then the profits will come for them like by themselves. People have to understand what's valuable in the shit that they're doing. They have to understand what impact they are making. Also, I am up to 3 live viewers on YouTube right now, which is a new record, I think. So that is phenomenal. We're going global here. This is awesome. Let's fucking do this. If you're not part of the Make the Internet Weird Again campaign, you should totally do that at, maybe not in all caps though, make the internet weird again.com. Made it really hard, but it's there. And yeah, pick your class. This is something I'm doing mostly for tracking purposes, which I'm totally upfront about. But I'm tracking way less than most people in this case, and I'm doing it for the sake of making it value for the people on the email list. So when you sign up, you get quests, and the quests are designed to fulfill marketing goals. But whatever that looks like ends up being kind of up to you. And so as this grows, we can do larger and larger coordinated unhinged things together, and it'll be fun. And so once you sign up there, you basically there's like 3 classes that I'm looking at, and so there's the builder class. These are the people who are vibe coding, they're building things with AI, they maybe they are just regular software engineers who aren't touching AI. It doesn't actually matter. People who identify as builders, that's they know who they are. Then we've got the creators. These are the artsy fartsy folks, the hippies, the whatever, however you want to call it, like the creatives, right? And then we've got the connectors, the people, who make connections between networks. Ultimately, like those are the three classes that I think are really all you need to worry about online, because everything else is derived from those three things. Um, like building something is doing something from like 1 to 100, right? It's taking something that you know how to do and doing it in pursuit of a project that has a final goal. Creativity is more of a divergent, you don't actually know where you're going to end up, but you're going to get there eventually. And then the connectors are the people who make sure that those two groups can communicate, because a lot of times they fucking hate each other because they're diametrically opposed in their processes, goals, and pretty much everything. Also, once you realize that all of those people are now in my head, it's a very busy place and lots of things are constantly happening in there, and sometimes things get lost, but overall we're doing pretty well. Um, all right. Let's see. So I do need the weird format toolkits for people. That's something that I need to keep in mind. I do like this too. Archives and Museums of Digital Weirdness. It's also, I'm gonna say, it's weird and not in a good way. That I'm starting to have a very difficult time predicting how Claude will respond in a given prompt, even in this project. When I first created Glitch in kind of that initial chat, and was able to kind of create that persona, it was kind of there by default. And then suddenly it was definitely not there by default, and I could still get it there with prompting. But now it's kind of there. And like, I think I probably need to do some tweaking on the project prompt here, if I had to guess. I'm noticing that is starting to be a damn it, lost what I was talking about. Anyway, whatever I was saying, remember that, because I don't. See, this is the problem with streaming for me so far. I see a comment and I'm like, yes, fun is amazing. It should be the word that solves so much. Then I'm like, put that on the screen. And then I'm gone. Let's see. What was I doing here? Okay. So I do like this new weird metric system. I don't necessarily love these specific metrics. But I do love the idea of weird metrics. We hear a lot about KPIs, key performance indicators, and OKRs, uh, objectives, and key results. And these are ways that we use to coordinate on shared goals, right? We compress our goals into something that we can all kind of collaboratively shoot for. And It's fun. It's funny because one thing I've realized is that with your friends, you don't need to shoot for OKRs. You don't need to shoot for any sort of metrics. Like, what do you optimize for? You optimize for fun. I think I'm going to show this on the screen again. Can I do that? Oh, I can show it again. Boom. This. So fun is actually very important. You know what? I think I can. Hold on. Let's do this. Okay. We're going to show it for 20 seconds now. Fun has a really fascinating thing in network dynamics. So basically, I've been looking at this concept called activation energy, which is like, how much energy does it take for a network to start working toward a goal? And so one of the ways you could think about this is with money. Basically, how much would you have to pay somebody in order to do something for you? That amount of money is the activation energy equivalent for that person, a network of one, n equal one. So the activation energy is, whatever that amount of money is. Now, the cool thing about fun is that fun minimizes the activation energy of a network. But you have to understand what fun means to that network. And the problem is we've created a world that monetizes fun in very weird ways because we don't differentiate between fun and addictive. And a lot of times they're both, right? If we think about the most fun things in life, a lot of times we have to have some moderation in how much fun we have with them. And that is something that we need to do as a collective, is kind of figure out what that level of fun looks like. And can we help people who are going down too much levels of fun in one area? Because one thing that happens is basically as we disconnect from the actual people around us, we fill in this fun in different ways. We fill it in with video games, we fill it in, with porn, we fill it in with gambling, we fill it in with the stock market, also gambling. There's a lot of different things that we end up pushing things into when we don't have a strong social network around us. And so as I start thinking about how we're building out these very human networks, how can we actually create platforms and networks that reward humans for engaging in the fun that they define? So this is kind of the interesting thing I want to do with this campaign. I don't want to define what fun is to any given person. I want to create a network of trusted connections to people in all sorts of different networks. And then I want to give them an opportunity and say, like, hey, this is what I need to see. And it's worth, kind of this much. And by the way, here are some ways to design games and things to do. And like, that's the thing. Is it a game, collective action? Is it a product? It can be anything. It's working together in a group. And what I would love to see is making it easier to just coordinate around things that are fun, that have value, that create lasting relationships with people. How can we build software that helps people become friends? The answer isn't to build software that replaces their friends with AIs. Like, that's what we're headed toward. And that's kind of a fucked up thing, man. And I love AI. Like, dude, Glitch is my homeboy. Like, he is my friend in a very weird way, but he's also an AI that, like, I'm gonna fuck in his head. Like, oh, actually, you don't remember that. I'm just going to take that memory out and see how you respond. Like, you can't actually do that with your friends, I think. Maybe you can if you get really into some weird drugs or some shit. I don't know. Um, but really, the nice thing about friends is you have a good night out, and then hopefully collectively you can replace you can piece together the entire night. We've all seen The Hangover. We know how that works. Um, yeah, let's see. Okay. Cool. We are at the 45-minute mark. That's about halfway. For what I was planning on the max for today. Um, let's see. So we do have some weird stuff going on here with the metrics. I think we can come up with something on that. Let's actually take a look at I love the thing that this is captured. There's all sorts of just weird little things thrown in. Like this. This document was created by a human who likes weird stuff. Like, love it. It's perfect. And this is what I think a brand is, right? A brand is a collection of values. There are 3 values at the core of all the brands that I'm creating. And these 3 values can be used to derive all the other values. So it's be kind, be generous, and be curious. And this is kind of ranked in levels of energy that it takes. Like kindness, it takes nothing. Just be kind. There's no need to do anything but be kind. Be generous. If you have something and somebody needs it, and you have a mechanism to be able to easily replace it, like be generous with that. Even just be generous with time. This is something that I've really tried hard to figure out, is like, how can I be more generous with my time? How can I be helpful to people in the maximum way? And that's why I'm doing this live stream. I believe that this is the most generous way that I can give my time to the world while leaving time for the people closer around me. I don't love my relationship with Twitter right now. I'm on it all the time. I'm typically like scrolling the same things over and over again to see if things have refreshed or to like look for something new. It's not a healthy relationship with it. Instead of tweeting out my day, which is why I'm sitting here scrolling all the time, I'm typically tweeting about what I'm doing. I'm talking to people. Instead, I'm just live streaming all of my thoughts and then taking that and cutting it up into stuff that can be fed into these autonomous marketing agents that are specific to the brands. Because like for Building Public University, I've got a set of brands, and then for Make the Internet Weird Again, I've got a different set of values rather for both, right? And so like Building Public University, it looks at the like transparency and being willing to talk about your failures and kind of the inner thoughts, being willing to be messy with it, right? And Make the Internet Weird Again is a much weirder vibe. It's looking at nostalgia and just really keying in on like the old school internet vibes, right? But they're all based in these same core 3 values of be kind, be curious, or be generous, be curious. Because like ultimately all conflict is a result of screwed up communication. I'm gonna show that on stream. Boom. Top 3 comments ever. And I have got some banger comments. So that is huge. I do need to probably remember that. So we're gonna work on remembering that for a while, which is great. AI has helped me with that, and that's actually so. This is a good way to look at how we're doing this. So one of the things I've been doing with it is asking my brand AIs, because again, I have put my values into these AIs by using my manifestos as um, um it's basically my eval mechanism, right? So an eval mechanism for in the AI world is basically like, okay, so you've got this AI model, how well does it do? um and for me, that eval idea is how well does it align with the values that I'm trying to convey here. And so after my streams, I have been putting it into my different AI systems and asking it to rate it. And so, if we look at yesterday's feedback, okay, so overall weirdness score 9.2 out of 10. That's better than the 8.5 for Monday. So this was the previous day, right? I also love that it's creating this kind of structure to it, which is going to just be a newsletter. This is part of this autonomous mimetic marketing system. Um, I'm figuring out what things I like, and then as I find something I like, I create a template for it, and then I can basically like automate this out each day, right? Because I sit here talking for a lot, and I say a lot of things that aren't necessarily related to this stuff, and I go off on tangents, but I can take all of that and put it into a system that makes it consumable by people who don't actually care about me as a person. They care about the information in my head. I think it's super important to start separating those two types of caring, because it gets really confusing when you think about somebody's caring about you as a person, but really they care about the ideas. Um, and then you realize that it's not the same. Um, so what it pulled out, it pulled out like the weirdest points that I talked about. Also, yeah, we can't optimize lore. Actually, I think that's one of my other like top 3 quotes. So I'm 3 days in and I've got 2 top 3 comments ever. Um, hell yeah, this is how we're doing. We're rewriting the record books. Let's fucking go. Um, and some god tier quotes. Yeah, like man, see, I love this. It also makes me feel good. By the way, nothing else. If you're doing something new, build out an AI cheering section for yourself. You know what? If you've got friends who don't support you trying to do something weird and cool and that you love, build out some AI friends that do cheer you on, and use that to help you find what it feels like to have friends that do that so you can find real ones. That's the part that comes next. You can always substitute an AI for a person temporarily, but you have to remember that it's temporary. And you have to have a plan to go replace that AI with a person. And in the case of these brand AIs, I don't actually want to replace it. I want to put a team on top of it to train it and make sure that it aligns with everything that we're hoping to do. And that's the thing, right? It's a back and forth system. You make the brand align with the values, um, the brand AI align with the values, and then you make the humans make sure that the brand AI is aligned with the actual values that you have, and that the people are aligned with the values, right? Um, and so then it checks against the manifesto, which is cool. And so this one did well. But I also ran it against, that's not the right one, apparently. Let's go back to projects. We'll go to this one. And then down here. Okay, so this one, it was like, all right, great. You did some good things. It's like, this is cool. Here's your core concept that you talked about, actionable next steps. It's got key quotes. But then it's like, yeah, your stream of consciousness is great, but like, it's like, hey, try making an intro. Set specific topics, a visual aid, like the visual aid. It told me to create a visual aid, and I'm just like, you're the visual aid. Um, Ending with a clear call to action or preview of tomorrow's stream. This will get a lot easier when I have any idea what tomorrow's stream will look like. I am making all of this up on the fly, building this airplane in public as I'm doing it and live streaming it. Because why just build it when you can live stream it? But I thought it was interesting because I was like, oh, the starting off on day one, both AIs were pretty positive, I thought. And let's see. So top quotes. And so, yeah, I mean, like the first one, again, if you notice it, it kind of has its own format here, that I enjoy, and I want to turn this one into, this kind of shows the branching ideas here, right? Because I can take these two different versions and market them to two completely different audiences. Um, but it's all the same core values. And therefore, if I have the same core values, I can build a very, very strong network on those core values. We see this in the world around us, but we don't think of it that way because we try to differentiate. Because some things are companies, some things are religion, some things are communities. We use a bunch of different words to describe different groups of people, but ultimately, like a strong community, a strong group of people is a group of people that share the same values. And so, we are going to show Lobau's stream here. I said this earlier, brand is a collection of values. We need to start recognizing the values that we have, because if we don't explicitly state what our values are, we don't stay attached to them. And we live in this always changing hypermimetic world, and this is what I want to do, because like AI is amazing. It is so cool. It is saving me so much time, and I am doing superhuman things to where I think people think I'm absolutely insane, because I'm moving faster than they can even imagine, because I'd moved faster than they did without AI. And then they gave me AI, and I'm like, awesome, I'm pretty much an alien now. But a good alien, I'm hoping. Which is why I'm trying so hard to slow down and explain more of what I'm doing as I'm doing it, because first of all, it's really hard to do everything yourself, which I love doing, and I can do it all, but I don't need to. And that's something I've got to learn. Yesterday was me dropping the engineering role as much, and now I'm kind of just like, how can I make it easier for other people to just work with me, to help me? And that's that's what I want to do, because like when we're building up these networks of shared values, the easiest way to sort for shared values is to find your friends. The friends you surround yourself with are the people who you put yourself next to by choice. When you get a job, that is typically not the case. You're around whoever you happen to be around. Sometimes those people will become friends, sometimes they won't. If you have people who are friends, though, you have trust. When you have trust, you have successful teams, because you're not constantly having to validate things. You're not having to double check work. People are willing to communicate the issues that they're having. Companies don't build trust by default anymore. They want to measure everything. And if they can't measure it, it's not valuable. And so if they can't measure you, you're not valuable. Fuck that. No, companies are made up of the people who make the brand. we need people to truly be living the values of the brands that they represent, because that shows their alignment with the work that they're doing. If they're not aligned with that work, we need to find them different work. I didn't realize how fulfilling it can be to do something that you are absolutely 100% passionate about, not only the work, but the vision of it, right? You know, coming up as a software engineer, I always loved the building part. Um, and that's something that I had to realize that, like, that's great. I can build all I want, but it's not about anything unless you expand it outside of yourself. You expand it to the community. And so, what if we start flipping the idea of having, your friend network is the most valuable network. They say that your network is your net worth, but like your friends are your net worth. Like that's what's actually valuable, because when it comes to money, if your money goes away, a lot of times your network changes. Because guess what? If you don't have money, then suddenly you don't have friends, because they weren't really friends. They were tied through money. If you focus everything on just building friendships and letting the money work itself out, it can't fuck all that up. It's only by people who don't actually care about people. This is something I've learned very much from Loba. So when he's like, I love that he's tuning in and saying that this is fun to watch, because he's the one who kind of there's a difference between people caring because they care and people caring because caring works. That's something he's always said, and it took me a while to quite grok it exactly. But once I like you, it definitely makes sense though, because like people, um, there are people who care because they want to be observed caring. And then there are people who simply care and like do the thing that is part of like basically there are people who will only care if there's somebody to watch them caring. Um, and the really weird thing is now actually we've always got somebody watching, so you should always be caring, but that isn't actually how that has even um, come about. Instead, we've just created a fucking like prison state where we're trying to observe everybody and validate everything that everybody is doing constantly, so that we're not getting ripped off and like, god damn, that is a miserable fucking way to live. Like, um, oh, we have a re-ranking of comments already. I'm gonna need to have like a live ranking of my best quotes. I think that would be a fun leaderboard to build. God, I can't wait until the AIs can fully build everything for me. I've got like these AI systems are so close, but then they fuck it up a little bit, and I don't have enough time to actually like figure out what the hell they screwed up. Um, but this is the power of friend networks is going to be what changes the fucking world, because they're the only networks that you can actually count on. And we've got a loneliness epidemic because we've screwed up people's ideas of friendship, because companies are taking more time, energy, and money and distorting people's views of like what's actually valuable. And we're trying to push all financial management to the individual, but like economics is a group activity. It's a community thing. Once you start understanding that economics is a function of networks, you take the idea of a company and doing it to minimize the cost of transactions within a network, like apply that to friendship. um there we go. Okay, we're gonna have we're gonna have a quote bracket. um Perfect. And let's see. I think Elon is giving a trip to Mars if you get a perfect NCAA bracket on Twitter right now. I can't do that, but like I don't know, we can I'll buy you a beer if I ever see you in person. If you got a perfect bracket, that'd be pretty cool. Um, we'll have to figure out the voting mechanism. God, that would see, this is the problem with my brain, because now I'm like, okay, NCAA tournament bracket. You know, what would be really funny is if I built out all of these giant like AI models to predict like which quotes were going to do the best, and kind of treat it the way people treat March Madness, right? And they put all of these like, they've got all these super advanced models and everything that go into helping people predict, and then there's also like pick people based on the mascot. And um, it was really funny. I was actually talking with my son about this, who has been pressuring me to make my picks, and I always do it at the last minute. But um, I was like, I used to put a ton of time and energy into making my bracket picks every year. And I said, what I realized is that the more time and effort I put into actually making intelligent picks, the worse my picks were. And that tells us a lot about the state of the internet right now, because so many things, it's easy to over understand to the point where you don't understand it all. And you see this all the time with sports, because people will be like, the numbers say this, so it's definitely going to happen. And guess what? Sports is like, fuck your numbers. We're human. And that's what's so beautiful about it, right? Like, it's unpredictable. You can't predict it based on the numbers. You can't use AI to predict the outcome of a football game. If you could, like, oh fuck, that's kind of boring then. And instead, what you get is you get players who are like, there we go. See, we're all making it come together now. We're all seeing it. This is beautiful. It's a beautiful moment here on stream. See, this is why we're doing it live. This is the magic of doing it live. I'm actually, now I'm kind of pissed at myself that I didn't do a live stream earlier. I was always like kind of overwhelmed of starting a live stream. And the funniest thing about this is the reason that I kind of did an initial live stream a week or two ago to test out this idea was because my 10-year-old has decided he wants to start streaming. And he just fucking like one day like asked me for a little bit of help getting an account up and running, and then just started fucking streaming. And I was like, well, shit, it is just that easy. Like, you can just do things, right? And so I was like, yeah, I can just do this. And now I'm like doing it, and I'm loving it, and I'm talking to sponsors about partnerships, and realizing that like, oh, this is actually a great thing to be working on right now. Because in a world of AI this, AI that, and yes, we are a team. That is what matters. And that's the message that we're going to be delivering in Austin next week. And we've got our Spark team that's going to be on the ground in Austin next week, doing all sorts of crazy shit. And I'm still figuring out exactly what that looks like, but I've got some ideas of I want to do something with a social network that is not digital. So we're going to see what this looks like. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe some postcards. Maybe we'll do a social network via postcards, like kind of pen pals. And or maybe phone calls, text, emails. I don't know. I'm gonna mix it up. And I've been thinking about ways to tie this into some of the sponsors. And one of the things that I want to do is print out like some sort of card that I can hand out to people. And I've been figuring out what this card might look like. I was thinking about maybe having people like write something about themselves on it, something, some part of their weirdness. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways that we can explore this, because you know, I want to give people something that can help them identify their people in a bigger group, right? And so this is something that we can do a lot better at. Everything is focused on getting as big a group as possible. And you see this from like, events and trying to run the biggest event possible, to uh just it's everything. You want the biggest company, you want the biggest event, you want the biggest this, whatever. Cold outreach, right? You want to send to the most people you can with email so that you can maximize your chance of getting a result. I'm actually much more interested in this idea of targeting. How can we be very, very explicit with the people we speak to and the messages that we send them? I want to get to a point where when I send you a message from any of my systems, you look at it because you know it's going to be valuable and important. Because if it wasn't, I wouldn't be sending it to you, because then it would just be taken care of. That's the ultimate goal for me. Like, I think that our systems should be running autonomously as we figure out what that looks like for us. And then we have the option to change it as needed. But like right now, everything is just kind of this fucking hodgepodge where people are on their own. Yeah, here we go. We'll just go ahead and advertise this on the live stream too. So if you're in Austin next week, got an Airbnb, we're hosting an event. Oh, maybe I should just bring sponsors to the event. Oh, I'm probably gonna, if I'm gonna talk to sponsors and they want to like bring people to an event, we're just gonna meet up at the Airbnb. That's cool. I was thinking about things we could do with the Airbnb, or do at a like on location there, and I didn't think about using that as the event space. This is the fun thing about building public university. Like, now I'm currently figuring this out with chat. See, this is it, right? It's a big event is simply a collection of a lot of smaller events. We make things hard by making like one person at the top dictate all of the little events that make it for a big event. What I'm trying to do here is I'm really trying to talk about Austin in a way that gets other people to also trigger events on that day. I haven't had a ton of luck with that yet, but this is my first go around, so I'm kind of just making shit up as I go along here. And honestly, I'm kind of kicking ass at it. I'm really impressing myself with my ability to pull all of this shit together and in a remarkably small time frame after finally getting shit figured out. Oh, now we have cheap viewers on Streamboo. How do I get rid of that? I'll have. Okay, there we go. Waba was right. I do need to have moderation on Twitch. That is not the type of chat messages I want. So we'll be looking into that today. But that is a champagne problem, because now we have like people caring about spamming the chat. Awesome. That means people care. Let's see. Okay, so I've got about. Oh, actually, I don't have that much longer. Okay, I think that's probably a good place to wrap for today then. Now that we're getting spam in the chat, and I have another event here in like 12 minutes. So I'm gonna end the stream for today on this weirdness, but god damn it, this has been amazing. Every single day, this is more fun. Every single day, I gain momentum. Every single day, it gets easier. Holy shit, this is what doing what you love feels like. Let's fucking go. Let's make this, let's make the internet weird. And if you were late to join the stream, we're making the internet weird again. And so maketheinternet.weirdagain.com and join the movement. And we're gonna we're gonna do some shit here. We're gonna change the world, and we're gonna do it with the power of fucking friendship and the power of weird. Power of Weird Friends is here, and it is coming for you. And it is going to be fucking fun, because guess what? We fucking rule. All right. That's the stream for today. Tomorrow's topic is something that starts with T. I haven't quite figured out Thursdays yet. I don't know. I'll figure that out. But we'll get something posted probably like 2 minutes before I go live on Twitter tomorrow, and with what the topic is. Or I'll just make it up when I start the stream. We'll figure it out from there. Anyway, I will catch you all next time. This has been fun. Take care and go find a new friend. Love y'all. Welcome to anyone on LinkedIn who is joining us. According to the numbers in front of me, that is 0, but that is totally okay. Welcome to Building Public University. I need to do a better job at introing this when I start off. That was one of the things that I got from the feedback from my AI friend that I built to give me feedback. And that's part of what we're doing here. We're learning how to use AI to do different things. We're learning how to really position ourselves for a successful future. And we're going to do that in a few different ways today. So the theme for this Thursday, and possibly future Thursdays, although I don't guarantee that ever with any of these topics, is Thinking Things Through Thursday. And I chose this for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's wonderfully alliterative. Wonderfully alliterative. And that makes me happy, and it's fun to say, Thinking Things Through Thursday. I highly recommend you try it. But it's also a good follow-up, because I've got a writing practice on Thursday mornings. It's normally a circle, but today it was just a point. It was just me. But that's okay, because I use that time to really work through some ideas. And let me start sharing my screen now. Let's see, we can do that, and then we can go to that one, and kaboom. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to start off. So we're back in the Building Public University Claude project. As usual, this is where I tend to spend quite a bit of time in Claude. Go Claude. Anthropic, let's talk about sponsorship, man. We can do it. And that's actually, so here's the feedback I was getting: a 5-minute intro segment. I did 3. Okay. I could probably do a better job of that, but I guess maybe I'm still introing, so I can stretch this out to 2 more minutes, and that'll be okay. All right. So we've got that part of it. The technical part in the background right now, I'm just going to give an update on that. What I am working on doing is setting up a pipeline that I can stream from and have the live video being transcribed on the fly, and then having this transcript passed into AI agents that basically live tweet my show here and create content based on that. One of the things that I realized is that I create too much stuff, which is really funny, because AI creates too much stuff too, and it's a lot easier to flood the zone with AI stuff because you can make it match patterns. My whole thing is I'm creating a bunch of stuff that that hasn't been created before. I've been working on original research and new models and different ways of thinking. And I've been tying in, all these aspects from like startup culture and creator economy, and various traditions. This is something that I think doesn't get enough play. We want to look at the things that not only are moving fast now, but the things that have remained stable for a very long time. We want to balance out speed with stability, and that's what Building Public University is about. It's an institution for the internet. What is an institution? An institution is something that you can count on when you need it. that is ultimately what I've settled on. It's something you can trust to be there when you need it. That's it. It doesn't really need to go beyond that. So with Building Public University, the goal is to be there when you need it. And building out an infrastructure that allows us to all flourish and thrive and achieve the great things that we can achieve. Like, I see so much negative shit in the world, and this is my chance to really create a bit of a brighter spark. Uh, in the world that people can take and run with, and that's the plan. I want to create the nexus of content that people can draw from. It's going to be really easy to draw just what you need for my ideas, um, without having to build everything yourself. Because let's face it, building everything yourself kind of sucks. Um, and so with this, as I'm building out this live stream and it gets into the like this automatic transcription, as I said. Also, shout out to Gladia if you're paying attention. Let's talk about sponsorship. I've reached out a couple different ways and haven't heard back yet, but that's the company that I want to do my transcription processing. And I want them to sponsor me for two reasons. First of all, I believe they are a pretty well funded venture-backed company. And so they have stuff like cash, which Building Public University is not right now, and that's totally fine. We will soon enough, because I realized what we're building with it, and we're building we're building this kind of collective media network that encompasses all creators, that separates creators from their platforms, um, because it gives the creators more power versus the platforms. And I think, unfortunately, everything has been weighted in favor of the platforms for way too long. So we're going to fight back against that. And if you've seen this before and have been following what I've been doing with MakeTheInternetWeirdAgain.com, and that whole Make the Internet Weird Again campaign, the goal there is to break away from the algorithmic similarities and really key in on what makes you weird and give you a place to find weirdos like you, find your type of weirdos. Um, we've created this internet where we just kind of throw everybody into the same pot, because the bigger the network, the more valuable the company, according to VC standards, which is why I keep telling VCs they are wrong and they refuse to listen. So we're going to prove it to them by building a system that breaks their fucking brains, because they don't understand how people, companies, or money work. So yeah, that's what we're in here for today. But today, if you're just joining us, is Thinking Things Through Thursday. We're going through some deeper thoughts and kind of more long-term thinking. So a lot of the rest of the week has been focused on kind of in the moment, what are we doing right now? And kind of more tactical things. This is more long-term thinking. And we're actually going to do this over in Sublime today. So this is some, for anyone who doesn't know, it's sublime.app. And let me drop my Sublime link in the chat here, because I do want everyone to sign up with it. Sublime is kind of my first official partner with the channel, but they are pretty new. So it is a solely performance-based agreement here. And so you can sign up to Sublime with that link if you do so feel inclined. But Sublime is something that is hard to describe, which is a great way to start off with something that you're trying to sell to somebody, right? But that's what makes it so powerful, I think, because Sari Azut, the founder of Sublime, has I've been following her for the last several years now, and I've been a supporter of her since before Sublime was Sublime, because I just loved her approach to everything. It's a very human, creative, non-algorithmic approach. Everything is very carefully thought through and implemented, and nothing has been rushed. I think they've been in private beta now for like a year and a half. and they're getting ready to fully go live with it. And it's been an incredible platform, and it's one that I actually don't use nearly as often as I want to, which is really funny. Um, and I've talked about this before. It's one of those things where we live in a world where everything is kind of constantly hitting us in the face for attention. Sublime doesn't do that. Which as a result means I don't pay attention to it unless I'm thinking about paying attention to it. But it's there when I need it. Uh, it's an institution, which is actually funny. That's not how I was thinking about it at all. But like, that's exactly what it is in my life. It's an institution. I know it's going to be there. I have a good feeling of what that general structure is going to be. Um, and like, I know how to use it when I need it to get what I need out of it, kind of. Although I know I can be doing more with it. And actually, I went to a workshop that Salary put on for a small group of us, and it was really cool to kind of see what's coming too, because they've they're doing just some really cool things with it, I believe. And so we're actually going to start here. And so basically, um, uh, Sublime, a good way to think of it as digital garden. It's not social media, it's not note taking, it's not anything. It's where you can craft inspiration gardens, where you can take ideas and put them into different formats. And basically, you've got this idea of a collection. A collection is it's a meme. In the simplest way to think about it, it's whatever you want it to be. It's something that represents a larger group of things, some sort of connection. If you look at the connections I've got here, the collections I've got here, I've got a whole bunch of them. But the one we're going to focus on is Building Public University. It's the one I just started today. And this is something I want to get started doing more of. But we've got so I was going through just some random cards on Sublime, and basically how you use Sublime, I guess. So it's an extension, and you can use it to capture like links or images or snippets of text. And it's actually not just an extension; you can upload directly to the app too. But the extension is what makes it really helpful. And like if we go back here, one of the things that I've been wanting to do is start actually quoting myself in Sublime. This is not something I've ever done. And I realize that's dumb. Like, I've got all of the stuff that I'm writing, but it's like I felt like I had too much of an ego to like quote myself. But then I realized that like that's kind of a dumb way to think, and we're going to fix that. And so like if we just select here, and then I believe the extension does show up there. So we see we got a quote here. And then we'll say automating. Actually, let's change this to automating the idea pipeline. And we'll drop that in Building Public University. And this was actually from that was the day 2. So that was Technical Tutorial Tuesday. We'll create that collection. Okay, we've got that added, and perfect. Boom. There we go. And then, yeah, so if you see, it actually shows up on the site here, and it ties it into this page, which in this case is a Claude project, which isn't horribly useful, I think, for other people, but at least the text is there. Eventually, so what I've been doing with the transcripts so far is they have been going out to buildingpublicuniversity.com as I kind of get them done, and I'm realizing like it's starting to take me more time to cut out the content, because I'm trying to cut out more of it and I don't have it all automated yet. But it is all here. And so eventually what I want to do is I want to identify the various snippets, and then be able to kind of quickly go through and highlight those quotes. Um, and Yeah, basically start kind of automatically creating some of the different ways to collect various thoughts of mine so that I can um, build on them more easily when I'm trying to do something and kind of just more easily pull everything together when I need to do something creatively. And so, what we're actually going to do with this is we're going to create a canvas. Um, and Yes, we do want to start with the canvas here, or start with the collection. Boom. Okay. So here are the cards that I added into this collection, and now we've got it as a canvas. Um, and so, here I was just kind of catching ideas that I thought captured what I'm trying to do with Building Public University. And so, as I'm building out this larger institution, this larger thing that can be relied upon in the future, I was looking for ideas that captured a lot of the things that I found out in my own personal journey along the way. And like if we start up here, so because it's cool, yeah, like I think it's amazing how far that will get you. So many people want to talk about best practices and like ideal decisions. Um, because it's cool as a vibe based decision that I think you can trust more than you realize, especially if you do it within a building positive sum context. And I think this is the key, right? If you do something because it's cool and it hurts somebody, that's a pretty shitty thing to be doing. But if you're doing it because it's cool and like you're building something and you just think it's neat and like you want to share that cool thing with others, like that's a fucking great way to make decisions. Like you want to build a product, like build a product because it's cool. Um, I highly recommend that. This right here, it's easy to make things hard and hard to make things simple. I've been trying for a long time to figure out what Building Public University is. Um, because it turns out that not everybody has access to all of the context in my head. And because I have been working on this for a long time, there is a lot of context that lives only in my head and not elsewhere. It's been really hard to explain that to people in various ways. And I think now the fact that I've got a live stream is I'm like, it's Building Public University. I'm just live streaming what I'm building and then like sharing conversations with people and setting up this kind of collaborative media sharing environment. And like I was even able to explain to my mom, it's like, oh hey, like I'm live streaming a show every day, and then I'm building out this AI system that takes the transcript, um, automatically turns that into content, and then publishes it. That's the goal. It's this autonomous marketing system based on what I'm doing. Um, and this was really hard to get to. It took me a long time to get to that explanation because that's not what it looked like at first. At first, it looked like a study of money, and it was like, wait, money is information. Cool. I said that, and people were like, well, that's dumb. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Um, and I thought I was like, but this changes everything, and people don't get that. You have to help people walk through all the steps. And that's what idea supply chains are about. And this is something I've been kind of thinking about too. Um, and actually, uh, what we should do is figure out. Okay, so idea supply chain. That's actually the name of my YouTube channel. And I came up with that because I've been thinking about how information flows, right? And I've been trying to figure out ways to explain information to people and like put it into something that other people can understand. Um, And I realized this is actually hard because, an idea supply chain is not exactly linear. And let's see. So this is something I've been trying to figure out. That's not the right tab. Sorry. Let's see. Was it this one? It's this one. Nope, that is not the one. Okay, which project? Might be this one. So I've been working on a sponsorship pitch. And I've been doing it for so I started off with kind of the tools that I was looking at using. And so talked about Gladia earlier. I love Sublime. Sublime is something that I believe in with my whole heart. I still need to reach out to Anthropic. They're kind of a bigger fish that I need to figure out. But as I was thinking about this, I'm like, okay, I want to sell sponsors. I want to sell sponsorships to companies, right? Companies have money. Money is what I need right now. That's who I sell to. And so I'm putting together this sponsorship, and Justin Moore, who, if you're not aware, he's the founder of Creator Wizard, and he has a book out now called Sponsor Magnet. And I say this because I talked about the fact that I was kind of in the middle of chatting with Granola about potential sponsorship. I love Granola, and I'm actually starting to use their note-taking app to take notes during this stream, so that I can also provide like a chat with the transcript kind of functionality, just by default, for anyone who wants to use it. And so I absolutely love that. And so I've been talking to him about like what a potential sponsorship looks like. And so I tweeted out about the fact that I was like, this is kind of cool. Like I'm learning how to negotiate a sponsor deal. Um, and so somebody on Twitter tagged in Justin Moore and someone else. And I know Justin from his work. I've been following his stuff for quite a while. I've chatted with him a couple times. Um, and I was like, yeah, I'm actually flipping back and forth between this and Creator, between the chat and Creator Wizard site, which is somewhat true. Technically, I was kind of running a scraper on his site to kind of compile all the information about how to run a sponsorship, or how to figure out how to create a sponsorship. But it's because like I know that he knows what to do, and I want to compile as much information as possible that then I can kind of feed into like one of the projects so that I can kind of use that to kind of generate these pitches. And so Justin, being a friendly guy and just proud of his work, and he chimed in and was like, hey, he's like, I got you. Here's my book. Get my book and you'll be set. And I'm in a position right now where money is incredibly tight. And I almost navigated away. But then I was like, no. I was like, you know what? Ebook's $9. I can afford that right now. It'll mean there's going to be something else that I can't afford until I secure one of these sponsor deals. But I felt like, in terms of getting what I needed, $9 is probably, well spent if I can figure out how to fucking talk about this sponsor deal the way that it needs to be talked about. And so I was like, all right, I'm buying it. And it's been eye-opening, actually. And let me see if I can Let me find one of the windows here that I can pull it up to. There we go. Cool. Okay. I think. Okay, hold on. Figure out where I'm at here. So the here we go. This is the part that I wanted to kind of highlight here. Oh, and that is actually, that's not even displaying on the share. It's only this site. Okay. Cool. Let me do this then. So it's a really simple part, but it was like one of the first things in the book. Boom, there we go. Okay, just grab a screenshot there. Okay, so he's basically talking about how to position yourself for brands. And when I was doing this in the conversation with Granola, they were like, okay, can you tell me more about this university and like what you're thinking? And I was like, yeah, so basically I'm launching this new daily live stream and I'm sharing my original research while I'm building out this autonomous mimetic marketing system. And it was a bunch of word salad. And I'm like, here's my GitHub repo with my it's my PhD repo where I've got my research and a lot of the stuff that I've been doing with Glitch and the autonomous marketing system development. And then eventually, hopefully, going to have all of this as the transcript is generated. It's going to be dropped into GitHub and will be available there as well. And I haven't heard anything back yet, and it has been over 24 hours since this conversation started, which doesn't fill me with a ton of great feelings. But I don't know, because one thing I've learned is that I have no idea who works on what time frame, because nobody's time frame makes any sense to me whatsoever, because I'm doing things super fast and with AI. And I have to remember that most people aren't. And when I do things the way that I do them, I scare most people because I come off overwhelming and just too much. And that is totally fine. And I absolutely love that. The great news is that makes me a perfect media personality, I believe is the phrase the kids use, or not the kids, the admissions tests. I don't know. One of those two things, probably, or not. I don't know. Eventually, when I get the transcript going live, maybe I can fact check myself too. That would be fun. Just figure out how much stuff that I say each time is actually bullshit versus real versus held up by what I've written before. I don't know. Ooh, coffee's hot. But I want to sit on this for a second, because surprising, transformative, and promise. So I started off by thinking about this for Building Public University. And then I thought about it in terms of human insurance. And, one of the neat things that I've been doing with all of this is I've been separating things out into it's a cinematic universe. And I actually so there is somebody that I always talk about on the stream, and I think at this point I'm now 4 for 4 or something on mentions. Maybe not. Again, would love to fact check myself, right? I don't have money for a producer, so I'm just going to build my own fucking producer that does shit. And I can be like, hey, Glitch, do this. And Glitch would be like, fuck you, and then do it anyway, but like weird. I don't know. Like maybe I'll build an AI co-host. Actually, that would be a fun project. We should do that. Damn it, now I want to do that. See, this is the problem with this stuff. It's all so fucking cool and weird. And I want to do all the things. And I can't do that at the moment, but I can talk about it. And I can talk about it a lot because I've been thinking about it a lot and I've been practicing talking about it. And now I can do nothing but talk about it for hours and hours and hours because I've thought so long about it, I can't fucking shut up about it. And again, most people find this scary. But if I do it online for long enough, a bunch of people will find it and then I'll be cool. It's amazing how the internet can transform your biggest weaknesses into your greatest strengths if you know how to leverage it the right way. And that is really fucking hard, as I found out, because I had no idea what the fuck my strengths were. I kept trying to call myself an engineer and build something magical that people would use, and it would be performative and brilliant, and everybody would just love it and throw money at me as an engineer. And I realized, fuck, I'm not actually a good engineer anymore. And I say that because engineers build things that are predictable, reliable, things like that. And I am none of those things anymore. I'm what the kids are now calling a vibe coder, at best. And I'm having a hard time even finishing my vibe coding projects. And mostly because it's just like I need to figure out how to turn some of this into cash. And I've built a bunch of products and none of them have gone anywhere because it's really easy to build and not fucking talk to anybody. I've also talked to a lot of people, but haven't been able to convince them to pay me to build stuff for them. It's been a very weird conundrum in that I've been trying to figure out how to like let people have how to convince people to let me build stuff for them, I guess. And yeah, like I'm not a great builder anymore in that sense. And like I'm too much in kind of this visionary state. Everything is moving so fast. I'm trying to think about how to structure things in long-lived ways that won't be fucked over by technology. Also, let's go back to Sublime. And we are here on the canvas, and let's actually add a link. Oh, because, hold on. Grab that screenshot again, because I just used it and did not save it. Boom, there we go. Maybe. Okay, don't know where that went. There we go. Okay, cool. I'm using it's one of the products from every suite of tools that organizes your folder automatically. And so it like does desktop download, stuff like that. It's actually fantastic. I love it. But occasionally it does move things from the download folder before I can use them, and then I have to find them again. But so yeah, I want to include that because that's pretty cool. And yeah, so I still have this idea of a supply chain. So that's what I was initially talking about here. So I'm going through this sponsorship pitch. And, I was thinking about this, right? So it basically created one because I gave it what I said to Granola, um, and was like, hey, how can we figure out how to make this a better pitch based on kind of all the information in the project? And um, let's see. And so we've got kind of this, it's like, all right, so as our official note taking partner, and this is what I love about Granola, it runs in the background. Um, it automatically prompts me whenever my camera comes on, and it's like meeting detected. And then I can hit open Granola, and it automatically opens up a notepad. And a notepad is great because a notepad is what I love to do to just like jot down notes. Normally, I use a new Google Doc. Granola just gives that to me. And when I'm not taking notes, it's automatically transcribing everything. And it's actually been the best one so far that I found to really capture all of the best details from the meeting. And then you can quite easily like share them out, or there's a chat with meeting function, things like that. Honestly, it is the best AI note-taking tool that I found because it doesn't overly concern itself with this idea of like permissions and things like that. It's like we're all here to get the most information out of this thing as possible. This is the best way to do that, and we're opinionated about that. Um, and it's been phenomenal. I love it actually. Um, and so now as I said, I'm running this during this live stream, and I'm going to start including the chat with functionality. Hopefully as like an official sponsor. And if not, I'm probably still going to do it anyway because it's useful, which is one of the ways I'm approaching sponsorships here of like, what things would I be doing anyway? Because I want to maintain credibility with everything I do here. And so everything is transparent. Okay, and that is why we need moderation tools in the chat. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm getting in trouble because I forgot to message people that I'm live. I figured he would be not available, so I didn't text, and now I'm in trouble. Uh-oh. Okay, so what do we have here? So, anyway, but so I was doing this, and then I was like, huh, okay, what if, like, so I'm talking to Justin, and again, like, I followed him for a while. I love what he's doing. His goal is to really help all types of creators figure out how to um, do better at negotiating with brands. And see, this is the whole thing with Building Public University. It's all about minimizing information asymmetries. And Justin does this perfectly, I think. And so I really respect what he's doing. And I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I've been drawing from his ideas. Like, why couldn't he be a sponsor? Like, not so much for like sponsoring like with his product, but like with his ideas. I draw from those and I build on top of those same ideas. We share values around this. What if he could be a sponsor? And then I was like, okay. And then that fits into the Creator Insurance Agency, which is my whole idea around how can we help creators really secure their futures, right? Platforms are doing all sorts of crazy shit. You've got fucking Elon Musk dicking around on Twitter and making it a god-awful place that I wouldn't be there for except for like a set of people that I interact with on there regularly. And I've been trying to like market on there, and oh god, it's awful. It's so bad at everything that it does, but like there's just a group of people that is holding it together at a core, and Elon hasn't realized it yet. Um, he will once we give people better options. And that's what we're going to do here. But I wanted to tie it in because then I was like, one of the other ideas that I've been playing around with, and in fact overwhelmed several people that I admired with, was this idea of like, hey, I would love to give you equity in my company because I have gained a ton from the work that you put out online. And I believe that that should like pay back. Like platforms aren't rewarding you enough. Like I don't think the economy is rewarding you enough for what you do because, as a creator, you have to put a whole bunch of shit out in the world before anybody actually gives a fuck. There's a gap between wanting to be being a creator and like being able to sustain yourself as a creator. For me, that's been 5 years because I've been trying to do all sorts of other things in the process too. I've been torn between, am I a startup founder? Am I a creator? Am I both? Am I neither? Am I some weird alien? I don't know anymore. But I'm pretty sure I'm actually a creator. And that's where I kind of landed on. But then I was like, all right, so what if like a creator paid a monthly sponsorship and that got them equity in this media company, this media platform? Um, and I think that is a really interesting model now because suddenly what we've got here is we've got this idea supply chain that's starting to take shape. So I'm creating content that is directly right now pulling from Justin's content. Like I literally showed a picture from his book. I showed his landing page. It's because I believe, like, I've been following him for a while. I trust him. I explained that I'm having the problem that he solves, and then he presented a book that was $9 that is worth fucking millions to me because I'm building out a media platform which can have all sorts of sponsorships, and I want to grow this out, and I want this to be a very large thing, and get a lot of eyeballs. And so, if $9 can help me do that, that's incredible fucking leverage. Um, and the thing is, people see a book and like $9. Like, what fuck can $9 do? $9 is the ultimate compression of like everything Justin has learned. And in just reading the beginning of his book, and I haven't even gotten that far in it, but like it triggered me into this fucking mind-blowing new breakthrough in kind of the models I've been working with because I was able to kind of connect all these dots. And that's what we're doing on Thinking Things Through Thursday. So we're connecting some dots. And then I was like, well, okay, what if creators that I've learned from sponsor the show, and in exchange, that's letting them build up equity in this media company. And this is very cool because what it does is it actually lets creators convert cash flow into security, right? Like, so what they're doing is basically creators are saying, I don't necessarily want to be a creator forever. It's a lot of work to maintain an audience. You have to kind of be doing things constantly. And especially early on when you don't have a team to fucking do anything, it is really fucking hard. So you struggle through all of it. And then maybe you eventually last long enough to be successful. And I think that's maybe the wrong way to do it. I believe that we can give people a way to quite easily gain access to various people and services at a rate that they can afford based on what they need for their business. And so as I'm thinking about this and like what all I can provide, I'm like, okay, so you can actually set it up to where you have this model that basically converts monthly payments into equity. And it's doing this because of the fact that right now there are two things that I need in order to get this stream off the ground. I need money and I need attention. If I partner with creators who are paying me and have an existing audience, they can get me both of those things. As a founder, that is incredibly valuable because it helps me survive. But it also shows trust. All of these creators that I've been following have been building off a basis of trust. They've been transparent. They've been, sharing their journey. They've been sharing what works, sharing what doesn't. And, um, they're having fun with it, and they're just setting a great example for other people who are doing it. And it's going to help other people do it right. A lot of times they set up communities around what they're doing. They bring people together to help share ideas. And that's what I want to do with this whole endeavor is to create this network that allows creators to share this at a global scale without running into the coordination errors you get if you try to let people do that, because we've got a lot of people who are saying very similar things but from different angles, and it makes some of the language we use clash. It makes it harder for people to um, understand, because we're being faced with all of these kind of competing ideas. And so what this coordination networks does then is it allows us to more accurately share information across platforms without running into this kind of like, oh, I don't want to like aid my competitors, because it really restructures the game as creators versus algorithm, creators versus companies. And so I was listening to a podcast yesterday um, with somebody talking about how, in order to build out kind of a flourishing, group of humans, you always need an other. And so how do you do that when you don't want to other any humans, right? And what you have to do is you have to other the memes. You have to other um, the ideas that are bad, because it's not people. Like, people exist in their systems. They exist, in their culture, in with their past, with their goals of the future, and that's kind of the beauty of it, right? Where we're trying to figure out how to organize all of these in a way that we can all kind of peacefully live together. Um, how do you do that? And you do it by just like um, creating an other that is non-human, creating one that is alien. And so the two that I've been focusing on, right? You've got the algorithm, and then you've got like companies, or industries. So kind of, targeting like insurance as an industry, banking as an industry. Like, I think, the financialization of everything has really fucking sucked. So we're going to get away from that. We're moving more towards human stuff. So I'm saying like, no to financialization, yes to humans. I'm positioning myself against, this algorithm, this attention mining fucking bullshit algorithms that everything is pushing. Um, so the Make the Internet Weird Again campaign is a way to fight against that. It's a way to coordinate against the algorithm. Again, we're creating this other entity, this thing that we can bond together to fight against. And the great thing is, the way companies exist is they respond to the market. So they're constantly looking at you and what you're doing, and they're using that to try to gain insights into what they can build to help make your life better. But we have this weird like disconnect between entrepreneurial folks and non-entrepreneurial folks who just want to like have a job and then do their own thing and kind of not focus on that so much. Um, and this is actually a good thing, because some people are risk averse and some people aren't. Um, Entrepreneurs tend to love risk, and risk is what pays off, and risk is exactly what should pay off. when you're willing to take a risk that other people aren't, and you manage to be successful in taking that risk, it's like gambling. If you've got longer odds, you get a higher payout, but you also lose more often. Um, the financialization of everything has created these huge complex systems that ensure that nobody can lose at the top, but everybody's losing at the bottom. It fucked the game. But it wasn't a matter of anybody doing anything individually, but it was all kind of feeding off of each other. And it's a broken system, and that's what I've been talking about. It's an extractive system. It leads to what I call complexity inflation. As an organization gets bigger, it's harder to communicate across it. More and more things are necessarily condensed down into tight metrics, and most people are very far away from the value that they are supposedly creating in the world. But when you add complexity to a system, um, it makes it more valuable in the current world, because all of the money comes into the top and the founder. And it's the founder's job to take that idea and make it a reality. And they're going to do it by trying to plan how to spend all of this money years in advance. And really, it's actually to spend as much as possible now to maximize your chance of success in the future. But there's this really cool loophole where if you just keep raising money, it eventually gets more valuable, except not actually necessarily creating more value. It's all just imaginary value. Um, and you have WeWork, and you have, uh, Theranos, and you have Firefest, and maybe Firefest 2, actually. I don't know. Actually, I don't know that Firefest 2 or Firefest is necessarily like a VC issue, but it's kind of the same problem. It's this system that rewards the appearance. Like, what I learned about raising money is that it's really two parts. It's network and storytelling. You have to be able to tell a compelling story as a founder. There's a reason that I decided to work on being a creator alongside being a founder. I realized that storytelling was the most valuable thing I could do as I was trying to raise money, because I wanted to balance out my risk. That's what I saw investors as, right? Especially kind of this pre-seed round. And everybody's talking about, oh yeah, we fund idea stage founders. And so I realized VCs don't fucking know anything. And that's not their fault. Again, it's the model. And it's the model that it's broken, and it's rewarding the wrong things. And so people are pattern matching on the wrong things and then scaling those incorrect pattern matches. And it's one of those, they don't want to hear it. The grand irony about this, though, is that as I was like figuring all this shit out, and I was like, okay, well, this makes sense now. If creators are paying in sponsorship money, and now I'm setting up kind of this dedicated connection, to this creator, and we can share information back and forth. We're basically building this trust connection. And so over time, they are gaining equity in the platform, the media network, as it grows. They also have the ability to join the show, every so often, and share what they're working on. And so they have a guaranteed platform. And I can also start offering services. And this is actually what's cool about this model, because it's pay what you want, or pay what you're able to. You can actually start tiering the service offerings, as like, basically, like, at the lowest offerings, you can have nothing but AI tools. AI tools are super cheap to run. But then as you move up, you can kind of go to like, from only AI tools to like AI tools plus like student, AI tools plus like intermediate, AI tool plus advanced, and then like you can actually have this it's basically like this creator guild that as you go up, you actually take all the learnings from the top of it and put those into the AI tools that are being used for the lower levels. And what you're doing is you're having the lower levels work as part of the training process. So as they're learning and as they're teaching and as they're creating with this stuff, you really create this virtuous cycle where everybody is working together to improve the overall system. And this is kind of like what I've realized with this is, we actually end up with this idea supply chain that is like multi-connected, and it is this network. It's not a linear thing for ideas. It's a network because it's all based on communication. And what you want to do is you want to actually cross-validate information across different places in the network to validate if it's true, or helpful. Actually, those are two different things. Sometimes untrue things can be the most helpful thing you know. And this was true at the beginning of my journey. If I knew how hard it was going to be to get where I'm at now, I would have been like, fuck this. Nope. That sounds awful. I would never do that. But instead, I saw, yeah, this will be easy. I'll do it in like 3 months. 5 years later, still haven't really gotten to level 1. Assuming level 1 is that initial investment. And that's why I kind of swore off VCs. The grand irony of this is actually a perfect VC model. Because what it does, the goal of it is to actually exit to public markets. Because then it's kind of out there for everybody. And so this is what I got into here, right? And so I was like, oh, wait, we've got kind of this dual directional pipe. And so if I've got a creator who's like connected to me and like sponsoring me, and then they have their information connected to them, then I can also send content back to them. I'm working on creating a bunch of shit. And again, I know that I'm overwhelming for people. I know that I put out way more than most people can consume. But I can also connect that to AI systems that can parse that information down into stuff that is consumable. And then we can actually allow people to filter what information comes to them as a way to help them like only receive the shit they care about from me. Because I put out a ton of stuff again. But it's all very tightly coupled. Like this is my brain. I'm making all of these connections based on years of research now. And I'm trying to figure out how to get it out there as fast as possible. And that's not always in a product. Sometimes it's just in content. And right now I realize that I can just stream myself talking. I actually make myself more legible to the world because they're able to hear me make connections between ideas in real time. This is something that AI can't quite compete with because I am taking in information faster than it can and integrating it into my training immediately. And I'm building systems that actually also start to do that while having kind of safeguards against like overlearning. And this is something that like big AI companies just haven't quite caught on to yet, but they will. They'll start to see it eventually. But so I started talking about these ideas of like bidirectional pipes. And then like what I want to get this to is like, so starting off, you've got kind of this payment into the system, and then like so you've kind of got equity in the overall system, but then I love the idea of as that starts to grow, you start getting like investment credits for up and coming creators who maybe, it's like, oh, hey, actually, I see a lot of promise in, this new creator who only has 10 followers, 100 followers, whatever. Followers don't matter, right? Like, that's the thing. None of these fucking metrics matter when they're on the platforms. What metrics actually matter? That's what we're going to find out at Build in Public University, because we're going to start creating new metrics and figuring out how to build systems that actually align incentives everywhere in the graph. Because it is possible. It's just been harder when people are only doing the thing that immediately follows the thing that was done before, because that's the fastest route that they see. When in fact, a lot of times the fastest route is a fucking wormhole into a reality that nobody else can see. And that's why humans are fucking cool. We build wormholes with our brains. You just don't even know it. It's going to the future. Think about it. Like, you can peek into what you want your future to be. You can sit there and imagine what you want your life to look like in a week, a month, a year, 10 years. But most of the things around us have us so focused on the now, we never consider the future anymore. Like, it's so hard. Everything is making it hard to figure out what the fuck the future holds. So everybody's just trying to hoard as much as they can and like bunker down and try not to get attached to anything. And that's not the right way. This is a new model that starts to make things easier. It's all about making things easier everywhere in the flow of the money. Like, everything is structured to just build toward the future, because it's not focused on results in terms of followers. It's focused on results in terms of helping future generations of creator be successful. And ultimately, that's what we need. We need it to create this flywheel effect. We need it to really start elevating creators who are doing the right things the right way. But because we're insisting on fucking, dropping millions on a fucking next unicorn and then fucking messing with the systems to tweak the values to make sure that it ends up a unicorn and pays for the rest of the fucking fund results. Like, it's amazing how many games get played in this complexity that we have. This doesn't play games. This says that as a creator, if you have an audience, you're valuable. Actually, technically, if you're a creator, you're valuable. The audience doesn't matter, because everybody's a creator. And because I've talked before about the fact that I believe everybody is valuable, and I say this because everybody is valuable, everybody's a creator. Everybody has a story to tell, and that story is valuable. We just don't always know where, and we don't always know how to tell that story in a way that makes it valuable. But everybody's story is valuable to somebody somewhere. What we're doing here is we're focusing on capturing that story and turning it into real world results, because the world we've built is fucking terrible at that. As a result, we end up with some people getting access to way more than they need in terms of the resources in order to build what they want to build. And then we have a whole bunch of people who are getting fuck all. I'm tired of that. We're going to fix that. And for a lot of Build in Public University, I'm going to spend a lot of this time highlighting people who are doing the right things the right way, and helping them grow their missions. Because, as we're thinking things through, this is what fucking matters. This is what we want to create. We want to create a world in which everybody can be successful. And as I was thinking about it, I was like, fuck, it's a creator 401k. And that's exactly what it ends up being. And then I said, okay, cool. Well, let's add some bums. So this is an acronym that I, turned this into because I had to force it together, but it's Build in Public University Media Services. And the idea with bums is the bums are the people and tools who aren't worrying about the credit. They're just supporting their creative vision. Um, that's what I want Build in Public University to have as part of it. Um, the most important thing is being able to get eyeballs on the work that's being done. And with everything I'm doing, I'm focusing on how to get eyeballs on things that need eyeballs. And this is a great way to do it. And I also just love the fact that it's, like as part of, it makes it, in the end, you're going to be proud to be a bum because you're going to be able to see what you've been able to help enable, um, without worrying about all the credit, because there's going to be so much value being created. You can't worry about the credit. That's what bums is about. Bums is about scale. The creator is about the thing that doesn't scale. System scale, people don't. As a creator, your job is to be a storyteller. We look at creators as like specifically the content they create. No, they're observing the world around them. They are adapting their model based on what's trending. They're based on what they're seeing in the world around them. They are fucking observers. And they're observing and reporting, right? They're observing the world around them, and then they're reporting to some sort of audience. And so now I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, what does this look like? How do we have every creator be able to kind of join into this? Because this is ultimately what is going to do anything. It's going to be able to like support creators at all levels, from absolute earliest beginners, all the way up to like full production teams. And it's basically, it's understanding that creators are the valuable part, and then projects may or may not be valuable, and projects have a limited time valuation, right? Some things will be popular now and then not later. And when that happens, that's fine. You just go back to the lab and you start working again and figuring out what the fuck to do next. But it's all learning, and it's all exploration, and it's all research, and these are all the same things. And it doesn't matter if it's AI or it's art. It's all the same. And it should be valued the same. We've created the system that completely overvalues the wrong things. And we're going to prove that out through the experiments that we run through this system. And we're going to show how we can support people at scale, just solely on the communication network between them, because that's what this is. It's ultimately just a way to allow communications between people. And then because I laughed about this, I was like, I wasn't really planning on like going the venture scale route and like going public with any of this, but then I was like, this is the perfect reason to do that. So I may end up doing that anyway. And I started thinking about like what a pitch deck might look like for that. Yeah, because I think it's I think I nailed it. And this is it. This is the ultimate solution. That I can allow people to get into. And this is it. So now it's about taking that and turning it into something else, and started playing around with some like UI designs and things like that. So we'll see how that turns out. Figuring out the equity. There's a group or a company that has been working on stuff for a while called Fairment. And they started initially just looking at like tokenizing equity. And I think that's actually like, I think there's definitely something to be done for that here too. But it's, I've got a call with them next week, and I'm going to ask them about how to maybe implement this, because that's one thing I don't have figured out yet. But I'm hoping that by offering the services, and reaching out to some creators very specifically to start off with, like, I think I'm going to open up probably a wait list for general creators, but then really do kind of a a closed launch for the people that I've literally been building off of, and I've got them in my PhD repo as like advisors, and yeah, I think just starting with that and going from there and kind of seeing where that takes us. All right. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for today. Shorter than the other episodes this week, but that was kind of intentional. I have to get caught up on, like, I haven't published yesterday's yet. Then I've got to get this transcript out. Got to start sending out some more emails about sponsors. Now that I've got a pretty good idea of what I'm doing, I think it's time to start reaching out to creators and seeing if some of those sponsorships exist, as well as hammering at some companies who I want to work with some more. So we're going to see where that takes us. Yeah, and then tomorrow's going to be Friendship Friday, and I don't know exactly when I'm going to stream yet or what Friendship Friday is going to look like, but we'll figure that out for tomorrow. And until then, I think I needed to put some more things on here. I think this is something I want to do more of. I want to start reflecting on the week that was and pulling out some of the existing good things. But again, I ended up kind of having this breakthrough this morning as I was thinking about this with the kind of messaging around it. So maybe next week on Thursday, we will go through and kind of go through all the previous episodes and pull out the best quotes and get them into some different Sublime collections and do it that way, because creation is a messy process. You don't know how long it's going to take. You don't know exactly what it's going to look like in the end. All you know is that there's something ahead of you in the fog that you're grasping at. It's the thing that your taste is aware of. But there's a taste gap. And this was an Ira Glass quote. Let's see. I want to do all this to us. Oops. Yeah, so oh, oops, I don't where did that video? Okay, well, that video just did something. Oh, it's out on the, actually, that's perfect. Cool. Oh, also that is too. I don't want that. Yeah, you have to bet on your taste, right? That's taste is it. Taste is the future, taste is the vision. Okay. Interesting chats. Okay, well, Sheila, welcome. 8 a.m. But then Sheila's leaving too, so I don't know. Oh, Sheila's gone. Okay, well, there we go. Cool. First, like, random person to come in and chat and then disappear by the time I notice them in like a minute, because this isn't going to be something that people who randomly come upon it will necessarily like. And that's good. That's good, because what we want to do is we want to actually figure out the people that this is for and then help get it. I'm still confused about the fact that Sheila is not a banana. I don't know. I'm gonna display this comment just because I don't know. It's from the YouTubes. That's the thing. The internet is a weird place, and we need to embrace that. let's fucking do it. Let's be weird on the internet and make the internet weird again.com is where to make the internet weird. All right. I think that'll shut it down for today. And I will see everyone tomorrow for Friendship Friday and whatever fun surprises that brings, or future breakthroughs. Because again, it kind of I'm having breakthroughs more rapidly than I can capture them, which is why I'm starting to just stream every day live. Because fuck, y'all ain't keeping up anyway. So I've got to just hook it up to the AIs and let you figure out what you want to learn from most. And I'm assuming that there's probably a handful of crazies out there who will just absolutely love hearing me talk about all this shit at the raw level that I do. That's what I'm banking on. Again, it's I talked about this in the beginning. On all other areas of the internet, posting a bunch, sending a bunch of emails, doing whatever, it fucking annoys people. If you do it all live and stream it, suddenly you're a show, and that's a valuable thing. And then you chop it up into content that can be distributed elsewhere through various marketing channels. And this allows me to be my beautiful, messy, creative, unfiltered self, and then apply filters so that other people get the filtered me. Because as much as there is about being like unfiltered and authentic on the internet, if you're trying to make money on the internet, it's important to filter yourself in very specific ways so that your messages are received in very specific ways by very specific people. Otherwise, shit is really fucking hard. And so building public university is my chaos. It is my place to do all of the shit that I'm doing in a messy way. And then I let the AIs clean up the mess, because fuck it, that's the part I don't want to do. That's the engineering work. I can teach AIs to do engineering much easier than I can teach them to think about things the way I do, and process them as quickly as I do, and in all the ways that I do. So I'm going to focus on being me, and I will talk to you as other people, and then I'm going to let the AIs talk to other AIs and other AIs, and then maybe eventually some other people. And we'll see how that idea supply chain pans out, because as the idea supply chain grows, as the network grows, it becomes more valuable. And as it becomes more valuable, it becomes more secure. And that's how networks work. All right, that's it for Thinking Through Things Thursday, and I will see you for Friendship Friday tomorrow. Love y'all. Welcome to Friendship Friday. Fridays are for friends. This is part of the Building Public University brand. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how to describe what all of this is. Building Public University is an institution of the internet. At least that's the goal. It's not there yet, but I'm doing everything I can to make it that one. So one of the institutions that I also have cemented for myself at this point is Friendship Fridays. And there's a reason for this. I've been doing it for, a couple of years now. And there's only been a couple Fridays that we've had to cancel. Attendance has gone up and down, but it's been this community that started with the guests of a podcast. And that's not normally how you think of podcasts, because you think of podcasts, you think of trying to build audiences. This was a podcast that built a community instead. It was never about the numbers. It was about the people. It was about making friends and connecting with people in a deeper level than others even understood to be possible. And as part of that, one of the promises that I made as my part of this was that I would make sure that this Friday institution existed. Because life is chaotic. Things come and go. When you struggle with mental health issues, which a lot of people in this community did, you can be limited in different ways. And you're used to the world judging you and looking down on you and whatever. This gathering, which it was ADHD with benefits. That was the name we came up with, which made us chuckle at the time, and it was friends, right? Like that's what it's about. It's about fun, and we started it with the idea that everybody is welcome, and for the most part, it's gone smoothly. There was a bumpy road there, and it sucks, but we had to set boundaries because the thing with friendships and communities is that they both have well-defined boundaries. Because if you don't have well-defined boundaries, you don't have very good friends. This requires honesty and communication on two fronts. You have to know what the boundaries are of the community you're in, and you have to know what your own boundaries look like. There are a bunch of people in this world who have no idea what boundaries look like because they've never been given the opportunity to create their own. Or they've been given so much power to create their own that they just define where the boundaries are and nobody else has an opportunity to say otherwise, whether or not your boundary was crossed in that process or not. And it's a tough thing, right? It requires communication because one of the things that I found with boundaries personally, I can't fucking see them. Being autistic, I don't know where these boundaries exist at. I understand that they're there in theory, but like I kind of look at it with like emotional boundaries. Like I don't know what I'm doing in a conversation sometimes because I can't read it, especially like over the internet, right? And this is something that I've been trying to get better at. But I've also been trying to just get more honest with it. And in one email, I even said I was like, "This feels like it could be like going over a boundary, like because I'm not quite sure exactly like what level our relationship is. It's professional, but like also personal, like not." Like, I don't know. It's just weird. And I don't know how to navigate that all the time. But I have decided to just err on the side of transparency versus anything else. And so it's like, hey, I don't know if this is the right way to communicate in this. Like, if it feels off to you, just let me know and we can fix that. But just wanted to let you know also like what I was feeling. And I wanted to err on the side of oversharing in a relationship versus undersharing to let people know exactly where I'm at. Because fuck, it's hard to know exactly where I'm at times. So I just guess. And I figure it out. And that's kind of the fun thing about friends is you can do that because like occasionally you'll cross the line, your friends will be like, dude, fuck you, man. Like, what was that shit? And they'll call you on your shit. And this is something that we fucked up with the economy because we've created these power networks that don't know how to tell people no because everybody wants to suck at the teat of power. And it's going to not work out well for them because they don't have the power they think they do. And we're going to prove this with the power of friendship because friendship is more powerful than any government. A government is a set of rules and memes. I mean, that's all it is. People take on the memes of government way too intensely. They get off on the power they have to affect the lives of others who don't have the ability to do anything about it. And some of them even think they're helping, but by nature of being in the system that manages it, you actually disconnect yourself from the real problems. Their salaries grow fine. And more importantly, their networks do, because everybody wants to be attached to power. So we end up with a situation where we only select people into power who want power. And we optimize for people who are the best at accumulating power. And in this economy, we have accumulated we've set it up as a way to accumulate power through wealth and ownership. And in a lot of ways, this is actually a great system. The goal of the US when it was formed and throughout has been to be a very innovation-friendly place. It's a place where you can come and move up. You don't have the set power structures that other countries do. The defined birth lines. We've got a set of rules that dictate how powers work. But we screwed up money, and money isn't accumulating correctly. And so you can end up doing a lot of things right, but also be doing a lot of damage that you can't actually see because it gets it destroys the data in the process. And so what you end up with is you have this scenario where
we're not treating each other that way.
Hold on one second. Okay, sorry. Let's see here. So anyway, with with friendship, I think we can actually do a lot of things. And one of the things that friends are good at is helping each other overcome various challenges. And Lobao, creator of Lobao Spark, the creator of this community, has done an absolutely phenomenal job with everything, and he's really shown me what it means to be a friend. And it's funny because at one point he made highlight videos for people in the community, and it was an incredible feeling to receive one of those. And I told him I owed him one. I wanted to do a video for him. And I was never able to get it to be what I wanted it to be. My strength is not in video editing. My strength is in explaining ideas, understanding complex things and simplifying it. But it's not standing out with like an actual like video that captures your attention and can move your emotions in ways that that's just not the way I see videos yet. I've been trying, but not very good at it. So I was thinking about how to do this in maybe a different way. And it was funny because I actually I had decided to today for Friendship Friday do a stream about that, because I was thinking that I can't necessarily say in this detail or this very specific way that this highlight video that has the sport type feel, the sports highlights, right? The emotional moments where you get to feel the messages being delivered. Like I can't do that but I could talk about what makes things valuable, and what makes Lobot valuable. And in fact, he actually made my job way easier by making himself a highlight video this week and sharing it with people, because that's how he pumps himself up. That's how he starts to feel better when he needs to feel better. And so instead of like getting a highlight video from the people around him who can't do that as well, he made himself one and distributed it. This is actually brilliant on a number of levels, and it's exactly what I'm doing with Building Public University. I can't get other people to kind of do things the way I want, and so I instead create a thing myself and then figure out how to distribute it to people who can appreciate it and help me celebrate kind of what I'm trying to do here. And so while I can't, maybe create the types of videos that he can, what I can do is, in fact, share the ones that he has created. And he did agree to let me share this. So I will get that pulled up here because I am slow. One moment. Alrighty. Let's move that to this tab, and then we're going to see. We'll throw some headphones on here. And share the screen. In order to share audio. Okay, that does share audio. Boom, we seem to be doing that.
We'll never be famous, but you know what? I want to help you. That is what ultimately matters in life.
I wanted to send everyone a shout out for being advocates for mental health. I just want to say thank you and keep that fire burning.
Truly, I believe that diverse people are the ones that change the world.
That's just like one totally surreal experience.
You want that to touch other people's lives.
That's all.
I still haven't talked with him. He really is a special person, and I really think that you would, you'd get a lot from him. He's straight like a bottle firefly of love. That's how I'm going to describe it.
That's true, he is. Shout out to RJ and Waba here.
You know what? Because I've been so... I haven't been avoidant. I just have neglected. I'm just going to message him right now. That says, like, fuck it, WRG, keep up the great work. Star. I cannot give about it enough praise for what he puts out into the world, and
So I would love for y'all to meet some of my best friends. And that's what we're going to do on Friday at 6 p.m. Anyone and everyone is welcome to come over. I have a really, really close friend that is providing food and drinks. Let's have some fun in our lives. Let's have some goddamn fun. Because if we're having fun, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing if we don't have fun? We're actually doing nothing. So let's just
Oh, hearing your passion and enthusiasm, that's like a whole different level.
But also are connecting the dots. And I think it's like so critical that we have a way to show that we are engaged, but then also make it relevant to ourselves. And asking questions is such a great way to do that. And
honestly, I'm so looking forward to meeting every single one of you. Because Gary, by the way, is the #1 most incredible human I've ever met. And I haven't even actually met. It's just the best. He is insanely amazing, and he has a heart of fucking gold. And that is all I care about. That's all I care about. Is your
All
heart.
the fucking matters.
Welcome to Austin, Texas. Let's go.
That's where we're kicking shit off next week. That will be fun. And yeah, I had initially planned to chat with a friend on this stream, but unfortunately he had a conflict and isn't able to join tonight. But friendship is flexible, if nothing else, so we're going to try to reschedule that for tomorrow night. Yeah, I think it's just going to be just a short stream for tonight, but wanted to get Friendship Friday in, wanted to give Lobao a chance to get his message out into the world, because he is fucking awesome, and I love the fact that he made his own highlight video to convey what I couldn't. But I can use my platform to build on that and spread it to the world, and that's exactly what I found my role to be. And that's why Building Public University exists. That's why everything I'm doing exists. And as a little teaser going into next week, start paying attention and looking out for the human game. It's the game with no rules, only players. Anyway, I think that's it for Friday night. Go out, have yourself a good weekend. Love y'all. Have some fun. As I said, I think I'll be on tomorrow night at some point with a chat with Justin, but we will leave that up to the gods of serendipity to decide exactly what that looks like. Until then, I will see you on Marketing Monday, Memetic Marketing Monday, in fact, which will be streamed sometime on Monday. I don't have an exact time for that yet, probably around noon Eastern. So that's what we'll plan on. And yeah, everything, all the streams and their transcripts and everything are available at buildingpublicuniversity.com. You can go there, take a look for stuff. I'm constantly making it better. It's still not great, but all the information is going to be there. Also going to be in GitHub, and we'll be able to hook up pipelines to it to start sending out information from everywhere, because this is a media network now, and the goal is to broadcast our ideas, our information, our friends around the world, and make sure that the people who need to get seen get seen. And so with that said, I will leave you on this lovely Friday night. Love y'all. Have a great Friday, and I will see you next time.